Chairperson Hand for the record. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the State Public Works Board meeting. It is the 28th of August at 9:05. Appreciate everyone being here today, and thank you for joining us. We have an agenda with several items on it today. Our focus will be obviously on the CIP, but we will start with roll call.
Will Lewis for the record. Roll call. Chairman Adam Hand.
Present.
Vice Chairman Clint Bentley.
Present.
Member Tito Taberti. Member Kevin Lewis. Member Philip Manley.
Present.
Member Roy Walker. Member and Director of Administration George Grimmer. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. The second item on our agenda this morning is public comment. Do we have anyone here for public comment this morning?
Chair Hand and members of the State Public Works Board, my name is Jane Amon, and I'm the External Affairs Director for the Nature Conservancy in Nevada. I'm here today to express support for the Conserve Nevada Competitive Grants Program, which is funded through the Capital Improvement Program. In 2019, AB 84 reauthorized a successful conservation bond program that had been in place for almost 20 years. Commonly referred to as Q1, this funding provided support for a variety of programs to conserve wildlife and natural resources, including visitor amenities at state parks, construction of the Las Vegas Springs Preserve and infrastructure for the Las Vegas Wash, land acquisition for the Tahoe Bike Path, parks, campgrounds, and trails, restoration projects to protect wildlife habitat, and much more. We were thrilled when the Nevada legislature reauthorized this program in 2019. In 2021, the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources launched the Conserve Nevada Competitive Grants Program. DCNR hired a coordinator and finalized the regulations for the program administration. In 2022, to estimate the conservation needs for Nevada, DCNR solicited pre-proposals for the Conserve Nevada program and published a Conserve Nevada Needs Assessment, which reported that $288 million was requested in the competitive grants category. Despite this great need, in the 2023 session, funding was allocated to many of the earmarked programs in Conserve Nevada Fund, but the competitive grants program only received $2.5 million. Approximately $70 million of bond authorization for this particular program remains. The competitive grants money supports a broad range of conservation activities, including projects that will help our communities plan and prepare for drought, build parks and trails that Nevadans can enjoy the outdoors, complete land and water acquisitions for resource protection and recreation, implement projects that will heal and restore fire-scarred and other degraded landscapes, and implement projects that will enhance resiliency for people and nature in the face of a changing climate. There is an immense need for conservation funding. The Nature Conservancy is advocating for a $20 million allocation to the Conserve Nevada Grants Program for the next biennium. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today and for your service on this board.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else for public comment? Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Historic Virginia and Truckee Trail and muscle-powered Citizens for a Walkable, Bikeable Carson City. I second everything that Jane Amon from the Nature Conservancy just said, and I would like to add that Conserve Nevada grants to nonprofits add recreational projects that improve the quality of life, not only for the citizens of Northern Nevada, but also attract new people, businesses, and tourism to our areas. Just the other day, Governor Lombardo announced the launch of the Nevada Strategic Growth Initiative to diversify the economy. Be aware that many companies and industries, when considering starting or moving to our area, also look at what the area can provide for their employees. They are looking for things like outdoor recreation, alternative transportation, parks, and in other words, quality of life. Many of the grant applications submitted to the Conservative in Nevada grant last year that did not make it just because there was insufficient funding available could have added to these kinds of quality of life amenities that this new initiative could be using as selling points to the businesses that they want to attract to Nevada. Another thing to be aware of is that every time that a grant is awarded to a nonprofit, there is an even greater return on investment. The volunteers are providing tens of thousands of dollars in volunteer hours along with the money provided. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment this morning? If not, the next item on our agenda is for possible action, which is acceptance and approval of the Public Works Board meeting minutes from March 27th. Does, in our packets, there was a set of corrections or revisions. Did anybody have anything else they'd like to add to the minutes, to the revisions? Hearing none. Do we have a motion for approval?
Roy Walker, I'd like to move that we approve the minutes as submitted for the March 27th meeting, for the March 17th meeting. I'll second.
We have any discussion? If not, then all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Like there are none opposed, so the motion carries. Thank you. The next item on our agenda this morning is the introduction of Joy Grimmer. She's the new director of the Department of Administration and board member. And welcome, Joy. It's a pleasure to meet you, and welcome to the department.
Thank you. It's an honor to be serving with all of you.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the preliminary considerations, and it's the overview of the State Public Works Division prioritization criteria and vision presentation. And Administrator, will you be making that presentation? Great, thank you.
Yes. Administrator Will Lewis for the record. First, I'd like to give a 30,000 feet elevation overview of where we are right now with the CIP. We received, as of April 1st, 2024, 802 agency requests. Of that number, 750 requests were assigned to State Public Works project managers for cost estimation. To clarify, the difference between the 802 projects versus the 441 projects that you guys have in your binders is typical for CIP projects. Some of these projects were duplicates from a prior year, or they were already done or canceled by the agency who didn't desire to pursue them anymore. So in the binders before you, you have 441 projects presented, which amounts to a little under $3 billion in requests. Of that 802 projects, 542 projects are standalone projects, or they were rolled into our statewide programs like roofing, ADA projects, and so on. In your packets is a copy of the division's vision, mission, and philosophy. I won't read it, but it's included here as a guide for you to develop the CIP. Next in your packet is the criteria for selection. You recall in the past, we have accepted and adopted criteria to prioritize our projects, and I'd like to review that criteria briefly for the board. First, our maintenance projects. We take into consideration criteria involving legal requirements, ADA issues, court orders, code and life safety violations, as well as seismic and structural concerns. Second, for our continuation projects, these are projects already in the pipeline that have been designed during this biennium year or the previous one. Our third criteria are our maintenance projects. These projects can be broken down into the following categories, and we have that in your binders as well. There are central government facilities, including institutional buildings, public safety and National Guard projects, our DMVs, along with any statewide program facilities. Other facilities include agriculture, not food related, the divisions of forestry, administration, the Department of Wildlife, parks, museums, and higher education. And last but certainly not least are our historic preservation projects. So those are the guiding criteria for our M projects. Next, I'd like to go over the criteria for our C projects. Now, C projects, our construction project, these are projects that were where the planning was already done. Or it's a small project and the planning can be done during the biennium or construction can be done during that biennium. So the category list for those C projects is essentially the same as for M projects. There are central government facilities, institutional buildings, public safety, National Guard facilities, DMVs, and statewide program facilities, agriculture, the Division of Forestry, administration, wildlife and parks, museums and higher education, as well as historic preservation projects. Next, other considerations that can modify the priorities is anything mandated by law or life safety. Sometimes even fixtures, furnishings, and equipment, i.e. our FF&E items, are funded in a subsequent CIP because they're not needed until the next CIP cycle. Sixth, another criteria is commitments made by the legislature from a prior session, whether the asset is a state-owned or leased asset. And then there's also consideration for a percentage of non-state funded projects. Some agencies bring their own money to the table, and we certainly consider that. So that kind of concludes my presentation. If the board have any questions, I'll entertain that right now. Okay, hearing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda this morning is for possible action, and it's agency presentations of the CIP requests. And I'd ask that as you come up, if you would please introduce yourselves and say your names for us so we can keep track of where we are. I know there's a lot of work that goes into this for the departments that are making requests, as well as the public works folks that have to work through the 800 submissions. So again, we look forward to hearing what you have to say. And again, please, for the court reporter, state your name before you begin. Thank you.
I'm Jared Carpenter. I'm the facility manager for DMV.
Good.
I need to see one.
Sorry, we just have a couple corrections to make on our slides.
Okay, let me go to screen sharing now. to read it. So it's out there, so. Okay, so we have 9 items on our CIP requests for projects, and the first one is CSD renovations. It's Central Services and Records Division. And we are, so this project will design and construct interior renovations for the Central Services and Records Division at the main DMV office in Carson. And CSD in the east wing of the DMV houses approximately 166 FTEs with insufficient workspace in the form of cubicles and offices. Makeshift workspaces have been set up in closets and storage areas to accommodate all the extra employees. And so give a little history. The East Wing was built in 1980, was remodeled approximately in 1999, and that was, and now it's been 24 years since that renovation, so we need to, it's time for updates and to get everything back to efficiency. And the space that we have there no longer accommodates everybody that we have now in the department. So we have people spread out throughout the DMV where we're having to transport documents and to different parts of DMV. So we want to try to centralize everything in that space.
Next project?
Yeah. Then the second project we have here is the West Wing elevator. So out of all of the employees that we have at DMV, we only have one elevator get to the second floor. And since I've been at DMV, it's gone down a couple of times, and where we can't get people down from upstairs that are handicapped. And so we're proposing that we put in a second elevator, and then we can update the elevator that we have to accommodate. The third one now is the customer countertops and renovations at our Decatur office in Las Vegas. I've included some of the pictures, but it's facing the wrong way. So we have cabinets and countertops that are falling apart, and more employees, and to accommodate some of the inspectors and stuff like that. They have we have rolling carts that they work off of, so we want to try to expand and renovate those cabinets and countertops to make them safe and accommodate the ADA. And fourth is an emergency generator. This was one that was in the last CIP, but we wanted to bring it up again because it's constantly having power fluctuations and power outages. And with this being the only plant that we make license plates, that it needs to stay running. And to keep up with the demand of registrations. So interior lighting at our Flamingo office in Las Vegas, they're outdated, and they have the old fluorescent bulbs. And this was recommended by the facility manager in Vegas because of the cost of maintaining them with the old light fixtures. So we propose that we change out all the light fixtures to the new LEDs and to update the fixtures so that they're running more efficient. And the parking lot addition is one that we constantly need as we grow. We don't have enough parking spaces. So we have approved 399 employees, and only 178 parking spaces. And 13 of those are handicap spaces, and 50 of them are occupied by customers as they come to DMV. So the need of more parking is ever growing. So 7 is our shade structures. As I traveled through the South DMVs, I noticed that we have sometimes hundreds of people standing outside of our DMVs waiting to get in and waiting in line to be serviced. And I noticed how hot it gets in Vegas, that we need shade structures along the way so that they can have a break between the line moving. And also there's several of our offices have no smoking areas for employees and no areas for them to come outside to get fresh air and be into a shaded structure. So we propose that we do these covered shade structures to accommodate our employees and to get people that smoke away from the buildings for safety and for smoke damage to the buildings in our filtration systems. And number 8 is our surveillance cameras for the Sahara office. The manufacturer has not provided any more updates at this point to update our camera system. So we wanted to put this in our CIP so that we can keep that ball rolling for when it does completely shut down, that we can have a way to replace them. And then the last one is the DMV, license plate. Anyway, is the camera system at the Carson office. It is, well, it's the same, it's at the end of the life, at the server's life. So the manufacturer won't update our camera system any longer. So we need to provide more, or a newer camera system so that we can keep up with the security and the camera system, the surveillance systems. And then that includes our presentation. Thank you. Oh, do you have any questions on any of them?
Chair Hand, question, just a couple. On the parking lot addition, it looks like it would be for 100 spaces, and there's 394 employees and 178 spots. So if we do that, we're still short, I don't know, approximately 100 or more.
Yes.
Is there future plans for the next
Well,
round to do more parking, or what's the long-term plan?
Yes,
It just
we
seems like
we
we're
would
still
like
short.
to extend that as far as we can, but we're limited on space. And so that was part of our issue is the space. So NDOT has allowed us to use their parking lot on the other side, but we still have a lot of employees that leave during the day and then don't have a parking spot when they get back because somebody's already filled that, so they have to park on the street or in the dirt. And so we want to try to expand that as much as we can. I think we just threw a number out there because we knew we could get that done, and that would still help out tremendously, so.
And then I have a question on the shade structures. It seems like there's two issues. One is, folks from the public needing shade when they're waiting, and the other one for employees. So I'm trying to picture it. Is there two different or multiple shade structures at each location?
Yes, there is.
It just seems to conflict if there's a shade structure for the public to stand where also
Yeah.
employees are smoking.
Yeah, I didn't clarify that very well, but yes, there is multiple. So we want to do, so we have a path of where they stand in line. And so we would like to do a couple of shade structures along that path, but also build another structure that's kind of away from the building for employees to take their breaks and stuff outside and have a place to get out of the weather.
Anybody else have questions?
Yeah,
Roy
Kevin Lewis
Walker,
for the
I have a
record.
question on the shade structure. When I'm looking at the cost analysis, there's almost $44,000 of soils testing and material testing.
So say that again?
On the shade structure.
Okay.
There's roughly $44,000 spent on soils testing and material testing services.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Are there
Was-
difficult soils here? Are there anything
sure
out
there
of the
is, but-
ordinary where you have existing buildings and existing structures?
Yes, so that came from the Public Works, so.
Good morning, Brian Walker, Deputy Administrator with State Public Works for the record. So just to repeat the question is, what's the basis for the soils analysis budget on this project and materials testing? That is a high-looking materials testing budget on this project. And the reason we ended up with that is we have 4 locations. So when we put the shade structures in, it is a structure, so we're anticipating to have to do a little bit of work or an update on geotech. We do commonly have reports in those areas, but because of the multiple sites, you're gonna do it 4 times, and so it takes a little bit more effort to get your geotech done. The materials testing, same thing, that's, concrete testing, compaction testing as we put the structures in.
These are spread footings?
I guess it depends on the location. Could be pier or spread, just depending on what the structural does. We're all over the state with this, so it could be anything.
No, I believe this is an excessive amount.
Okay. We can take a look at that.
Please.
Kevin Lewis for the record. Regarding the cover shade structures, were there any safety pending issues that occurred due to the extreme heat?
Not that I'm aware of right now. I didn't,
Bethany Musselman for the record. We have had issues of customers overheating, especially in the Las Vegas area while they're waiting in line. The heat is excessive. And so we have had to get special permission to purchase water bottles to provide to customers while they're waiting in line. Any sort of relief that we can give them, especially in the form of a shade structure, is necessary.
Thank you.
Member Hand for the record. This is probably a very difficult question, but the fact that there are long lines out there and they're exposed, what is being thought about for the future to prevent those lines from existing so that the need for more structures?
Yeah,
doesn't
that's a
grow.
great question. We have implemented, we just recently implemented a new queue system, which has been able to help us manage our appointments better and help reduce those lines outside. Unfortunately, you can't always prevent people from waiting in line hoping that they'll get lucky to get in. So it is something that we are working hard to manage, but we do need to be prepared to provide safety to those customers if they are intent in waiting in line.
Chair Hand, I have one other question, just kind of in general, I see that this is other funding, and it looks like the, 15 million plus is from the State Highway Fund. Is that a DMV decision, a Public Works decision, or a board decision, or can you talk a little bit about that versus with the Highway Fund versus state funding?
Brian Walker again, I can handle that question. So, you'll notice this throughout the book. Most of the projects, the default funding source for us is state funds. And as that goes through the system, that's usually a general obligation bond or a general fund. That's at the discretion of, the governor, the treasurer, and the legislature as it moves through. So when you see state, that's usually a bonded project. For these projects for DMV, we'll list it as highway funds, and that'll come from the highway fund, which also, believe it or not, can be cash or highway bonds. And that is again at the discretion of those who control the highway funds, treasurer, and also the DMV and others.
Member Hand for the record. If we don't have any further questions, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Mary Devine. I'm the Director of Veteran Services, and with me I have Joe Thiele, my Executive Director and Financial Officer, and I have Mark McBride, who is our Deputy Director of Healthcare Services, to answer any questions, and then we have our prestigious slide master down here, Mr. David Connolly. We'd like to get started this morning. Next slide. With telling you a little bit about our organization and what we do. We are here to really support our veterans and connect them with their benefits and to collaborate with our community partners to increase awareness for our veterans at all stages. So that means from transitioning off active duty or out of the National Guard into civilian life, as well as helping them find jobs and help our special populations of veterans to include things like LGBTQ+, as well as homeless, as well as women veterans and any special population in the veterans community, and really helping them get connected. So you'll see throughout our projects, we kind of have a diverse area that we cover. We also have our assisted living homes, and we have our 2 cemeteries that we work on. So for your consideration, next slide, we'll be giving you 9 projects. So the first 5 are listed here. And that is a picture of our Boulder City home. This is a picture of the Gold Star Families Memorial that is in our Boulder City Cemetery. Gets a lot of visits. It's a beautiful, beautiful memorial. And next slide. So we'll go directly into our first project, which is our number 1 priority. It's the chiller system and the cooling system for our Northern Nevada home. The chiller system, as it exists, went out on the 6th of June, and we have been working on a temporary system, working in collaboration with State Public Works since the 6th of June. There's some significant issues with the system, and we are working some interim fixes that will go into place as soon as we go in front of the Interim Finance Committee and a few other committees for approval. But that is only an interim fix to make sure that our veterans are safe and that we keep up with all of our requirements through CMS and through the VA. We must replace the system. The biggest hurdle that we have is we have to ensure that the ambient temperature in that building stays below 81 degrees to make sure that we ensure the safety of our residents and our staff. So that, if you go to the next slide, this is a picture of the current cooling chiller system. And the picture to my right is actually the temporary system that we have in place right now to replace and be redundant to the system that failed. So we are paying about $15,000 a month for that redundant system to keep that up and running at this point. State Public Works has been awesome in helping us with the redesign and all the things that go on with this system, but this is our number 1 priority to keep our veterans in Northern Nevada safe. Next slide. Our second project really is for the Northern Nevada Veterans Home. This is a new project. Bring your attention to the funding issues here. This is a 65% funded by the VA, and it would be 35% funded by the state. So what we're looking for in support of this program is about $82 million. That $82 million would provide us with the additional funding to support this 28-bed skilled nursing facility and rehabilitation center. If you go to the next slide, you'll see a little bit of the picture. You'll see this is a picture of the layout where we're at in design right now. It is right next to the Decatur DMV, so we will have, like I said, 128 beds here. Las Vegas is one of the quickest growing cities in the country for veterans and the veteran population. Right now, the VA is seeing approximately 750 new veterans every month, which is requiring them to add a new primary care team every other month. So what that means for the Department of Veterans Services, the need for our services in all different areas to include this type of skilled nursing facility is growing at an exponential rate. So the idea that the residents of our skilled nursing facilities are older is, most of them are, but we have residents that are in their 40s and 50s that are in the home for rehabilitation from surgery and from different things like that. If you go back one slide, there's some statistics here that tell you, right now, Nevada is short 373 beds in the skilled nursing area for our veterans alone. So we will be in this cycle of taking a look at how we support not only our urban veterans in Las Vegas, but the rural veterans in Elko, Winnemucca, and all of the different rural areas. So this is something that we're getting very familiar with. And I would bring to your attention that the VA is behind us, working with us. They are great partners and ready to bring 65% of the funding for this project to the table. The one thing that helps us tremendously is if we have the state matching available. So we've already applied for the grant for design. We will go in and amend that grant when we have our state funding locked in for the construction. If we go forward with state funding, the match locked, we move up on the list for receiving that additional funding from the VA ahead of any other state that doesn't have that state funding lock matched in. So we've done that with the Northern Nevada Cemetery, or the Northern Nevada facility about 5-6 years ago, and we've done the same with our project for the remodel of the Boulder City. So we're waiting the answers on that, but we've had very good luck with your support. Next slide, and if you go to the next project. The next one is the cemetery committal building for our Northern Nevada Cemetery in Fernley. This project came from the fact that we were starting to do another CIP project and determined that the power infrastructure in Fernley is not adequate for our needs in moving into the future. So working again with State Public Works, we've identified the need to pull better power, three-phase power from where it's at to where we need it there at the cemetery. So this is holding up another project. Next slide. Wasn't very interesting to show you a picture of the desert where they would pull a power line, so I thought I'd give you some photos and show you some of the really neat services that we provide. This cemetery does support about 500 committals every year, and our Southern Nevada Cemetery, we'll talk about in a little while, is much, much busier. Next slide. This is for our Southern Nevada Boulder City home. We are looking to replace the kitchen ventilation system. It has reached the end of its life, and as you know, the meals that are prepared for those veterans 24 hours a day, 7 days a week are pretty important, and making sure that the safety of our kitchen is paramount. Next slide. When you look at the replacement parts for this hood system, it was put in when the building was built in about 2000, so they've reached the end of their life, and we don't have the ability to get repair parts for these. Next slide. The next thing is also in our Southern Nevada home in Boulder City, and it is a water softener replacement. This is a system that complements some of our water treatment facilities, and it too has just reached the end of its life. It is As of 2 months ago, this is not functioning, so we are working with our contractors to come up with some interim solutions to make sure that we don't cause any harm to any of our internal plumbing or other pieces, parts, dishwashers, laundry machines, and things like that. Next slide. This is the very exciting photo of a water softener system that you guys might want to look at. The next one is, again, at our Northern Nevada Cemetery. This is for our Public Information Office. This is the office that is kind of our frontward-facing, where all of our families and our veterans, family members, and organizations come in. This is where we do our daily business of everything that goes on at the cemetery. And this building was constructed in 1990. It's 575 square feet, and it's showing its age. The roof is failing. There's some other things going on with it. If you show the next slide, it's time for it to have a facelift. It is our frontward-facing organization where we do meet the public, and when they come to see us at the cemetery, it's usually not their finest hour, and we would like to put the best foot forward for honoring the service of our veterans. So it's time for this building to get a little bit of a facelift. Next slide. This project is for the site security and upgrades of our Northern Nevada Veterans Home, which is in Sparks. This would allow us to put some, if you go to the next slide, we're looking at putting some barriers. This is a picture looking into the front doors of our facility. As you can see there right now, there is not a security barrier there. We would like to put some barriers there so a vehicle couldn't make it through those front doors for the security of our residents. One thing that is unique to our homes is this is where our residents love to sit. Every morning, every evening, all day, you'll come out and there'll be probably half a dozen or more residents in their chairs and with their family members sitting here to take in and see what's going on, because that's usually the face to a public street, so they get to see the activity and the things that are going on. So we just want to make sure that we put in those security barriers here at the front door, as well as there's some photos of a fence that we would like to make sure that we put up to ensure the security of the site. We get some evening trespassers that come through, and we just want to make sure that we make our residents are as safe as they can possibly be. And if there were a need for us to be able to secure the facility, we would better have the ability to do that if we had the barriers in front and the fencing all the way around that facility that we currently don't have. Next slide. This one is also at the Northern Nevada Veterans Memorial Cemetery. It is a project to upgrade and to expand our maintenance shop. So this is a lower priority. The power is obviously the higher priority. We can't do the renovations to the admin building or the welding shop if we don't have sufficient power to make sure that we can power those buildings. This is where they maintain all of our dump trucks, backhoes, lawn mowers, and all the equipment that it takes to run that facility. If you look at the next slide, this facility has not been upgraded again since the cemetery was built. It is showing its age and does need some maintenance and roofing and all of the other. Not only does it need roofing and some foundation work as shown by the picture up there, it also needs to be expanded so we can get our equipment in and protected from the weather. So, next slide. This is a project for the chapel seating in our Southern Nevada Cemetery. The Southern Nevada Cemetery in Boulder City is the second busiest cemetery in the country. They did 2,100 internments in 2023. They did 200 internments in July. So that facility is in constant use. We have great collaboration with the Boulder City and with all of our veterans organizations in Southern Nevada. Here's some photos of what the area looks like now, and we would just like to give it a little bit of a facelift and get some new seating in there. It is on a routine basis and very frequent that this building is full. So next slide. Just a couple takeaways. What we're looking at right now as a department, in our projects and the construction that we would have going, if our project should all be approved, it would be about $500 million with construction. And keeping in mind that a good portion of that money would be supplemented by the VA, and they would help us with the 65% of the largest project that we have. Within Nevada, you may not know, we have 215,000 veterans that live in the state of Nevada. That's about 10% of our population. And the VA in Southern Nevada, or the VA hospitals in both Reno and Las Vegas, serve about 81,000 unique patients. Those unique patients also come to us for our services in help with their veterans benefits, in help with internments, whether their families need things. And those are just, that's just kind of the lower end of what the department services. So I'd like your consideration when you take a look at our projects and understanding that we really do serve a pretty large portion of the population, and we really appreciate your time. The veteran compensation, the number at the bottom there, $1.9 billion is the annual amount of compensation that our veterans bring into the state through, whether that be active duty salaries, retirement salaries, or what they receive in compensation from the VA. So our veterans are a very large part of our community and hold a pretty near and dear spot in my heart. So next, that concludes our briefing. Do you have any questions?
Roy Walker. My question is one of education from our State Public Works Board, and it has to do with the addition to the hospital and the inflation that is figured within this. How did the staff arrive at this inflation on multiple year projects?
Okay.
Brian Walker, again for the record. So yeah, the question of how did we arrive at the inflation rates that we have for these multi-year projects? State Public Works does a inflation or really escalation study to support the CIP every biennium. We use OCMI to do that analysis for us, and so they're looking at just what the expected escalation rate is going to be over the next 24 months, which is basically the life of these projects. And you'll notice that we have a rate in the north and a rate in the south. So Southern Nevada, we're currently using 6.4% as an annual inflation rate, and in Northern Nevada, it's 6.8% as an annual inflation rate.
Within the life cycle example, you're figuring a different inflation rate. So from the life cycle inflation to the construction inflation, why is not the life cycle inflation somewhat similar to the construction inflation that we will be seeing over the 2 years?
That's a great question. And so, yeah, thank you for seeing that. So yeah, I'm looking at the life cycle cost analysis on the sheet. So the estimated inflation of 2.7% per year over 30 years, honestly, that's the value we've used the last several cycles for that life cycle cost estimate. That has not been adjusted. So the honest answer is we're, over 30 years, we don't have the 6.4 or 6.8 on that. So we didn't adjust that to match in the book. We can look at that if you'd like.
Yes, if you'd
Will do.
please bring some parity to the two.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Philip.
Chair Hand, Phil Manley for the record. We've got a question on the potential supplemental funding on that grant. So it looks like currently the state is, this document we have is 78 million. I think we saw something that said something like 82 maybe. Not sure why there's a discrepancy, but how much is the grant funding potential? And then what happens if we approve, let's say, the 82 million of state funding, and then we get whatever that grant funding? What happens to the savings essentially from the state funding?
Mary Devine for the record. If I understand your question, if you approve the 78 million, then,
Correct. In this sheet, I saw is 78. I think in the presentation, it said something closer to 82. But in any event, two-part question. How much is the potential additional grant funding? And then what happened, assuming we get the additional grant funding, what happens to the additional money that was approved by the state if the grant funding comes in?
if the grant funding comes in, then the additional funding would go back, is my understanding. We will apply, once the estimate is done, when we've got the designs and all of that, we have the estimate of the building, these numbers may adjust depending on what we will send in actuals to the VA to that, but your state matching will always be consistent because that's what's going to be approved by the legislation. So then we'll send it in and they'll give us 65% of whatever we receive for the total cost. Now, if you want to give us more, we would be greatly appreciative of being able to add some neat accoutrements to the building, but
Member Hand for the record. Brian, while you're there, I've got a question, and it's really on maintenance. And some of these items are sort of large maintenance items. And could you help remind me of sort of what the criteria is for maintenance versus projects, where the dollar amount maybe is probably helpful?
Yeah, Brian Walker again for the record. And so you're talking about the difference between how we classify construction versus maintenance projects is what you're asking? Yeah, so for us, and it is a loose definition, you'll find projects that have elements of both categories. And so sometimes we struggle to classify them. A construction project for state public works is typically classified as a new facility, a new construction, or a programmatic upgrade. It's a project we don't have to do, but you might need to do it or want to do it to improve or add a new facility or make it programmatically better. A maintenance project is one where if an agency is not changing the operation, it's a project we would do to maintain their current operation, if that makes sense. Maintenance projects are typically smaller dollar amount. Sometimes you'll see a maintenance type project get moved to a construction project if it's a more significant, larger amount. You'll see elements in both too, because with the maintenance projects, when we do a maintenance project at Public Works, we're doing it once every 20 years. And so there is a lot of upgrade to new codes, new energy efficiency standards, things of that nature when we're doing a maintenance project. It's not a like for like project typically.
Again, Member Hand for the record. I just, the water softener in the ventilation system is why I asked the question. And you just used an example of after 20 years, and we heard 20 years multiple times in it, and I'm wondering why they may not be maintenance projects rather than construction projects.
Right, so Brian Walker again, and so we would classify that as a maintenance project, as an M project. It's because that's something we would do just to keep the facility running, and that's pretty typical for us, where most of the projects, when they come to our level of for a state public works type project is, something that's been there 20 years. It's depending on the equipment, right? It's at its end of life and it's time for us to come and do a project there.
Member Hand for the record. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate the explanation. Do you have any other questions? If not, thank you all for your presentation. I've got lots of family members that are vets, and we appreciate what you all do. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John Barman, and I am sitting here with Tiffany Greenemeyer and Jessica Adams. We're here to present the Department of Health and Human Services Capital Improvement Project request. We do have 3 divisions that have requests on the slide presentation today. However, DHHS is made up of an additional 2 other divisions. I'll talk a little bit about the DHHS mission statement. We are here in order to support the highest level of self-sufficiency by providing for the health and human services to the citizens of Nevada. In addition to the 3 of us sitting here today, the 3 divisions represented today, we also have the healthcare finance and policy, generally responsible for the Medicaid program, the state Medicaid program, and also the welfare and supportive services, which, as you know, provide support services for the citizens. They do not have projects on the list today because generally they occupy buildings and grounds managed facilities rather than having facilities assigned to their particular division. But by no means they are part of the critical part of what DHHS accomplishes. With that, we are going to focus more on the 3 divisions that are here today. And I'm going to turn the microphone over to Jessica Adams, representing Aging Disability Services Division.
Good morning, everyone. Jessica Adams, Aging and Disability Services. Aging and Disability Services Division, or ADSD, we have various services and supports that really help Nevadans of all ages, from newborns to older adults who have disabilities or are aging. All of our programs are designed to promote independent and meaningful lives. The CIP projects I'm going to be talking about today are at our Desert Regional Center down in Las Vegas. Down there, we operate what's called the Intermediate Care Facility for Individuals with Intellectual Disabilities, or ICF for short. That facility houses up to 48 people with relatively severe intellectual disabilities as they learn the skills needed to be able to live in a more independent setting.
Good morning. I'm Tiffany Greenemeyer, Deputy Administrator for the Division of Child and Family Services. Child and Family Services provides a safety net for its Nevada children and its parents. We provide services for children's mental health and provide training and rehabilitation for youth that enter our juvenile justice system, and we also provide child welfare. The CIPs before you today are for our facilities under the juvenile justice system and our mental health. Thank you.
And again, my name is John Barman. I'm with the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. As the title represents, we have a spectrum of needs for the citizens of Nevada, including the physical medical care that has been represented historically, but also emphasizing the mental health, the behavioral health aspect of our citizenry as well. The projects that we have on our list today are generally talking about our mental health campuses and the maintenance that we need in order to ensure that the services are safe, not only for staff, but also for the clientele. And we have significant challenges with making sure that we have the capacity and also providing appropriate care. And that's what the requests are for being presented today. With that, I'm going to go ahead and jump into the top priority for the Department of Health and Human Services. In the 24-25 biennium, we are funding the advanced design and planning of a brand new Southern Nevada Forensic Hospital. There's been quite a shift in behavioral health care over the last 20 years, and where we are at today is to make sure that the state provides that safety net where private providers cannot. Also, we have a responsibility to provide forensic treatment for clients. These are people who are charged with a crime and are not able to represent themselves effectively.
And so therefore, they are ordered to a forensic facility for restoration to competency so that they can adequately defend themselves in their trial. Oftentimes, the clients are not able to ever be restored to competency, not ever able to defend themselves appropriately, and they are a long-term commit to our facility. When we do that, that occupies a bed, which means we can't use that bed to help short-term people who can be restored to competency. Our lack of capacity means, by statute, we are supposed to admit them for treatment within 7 days. However, we have historically been challenged and had a consent decree where we had to meet certain standards. That consent decree has since expired. And what we have found is that we are not compliant with the statute that says we have to admit them within 7 days. We could go back to a consent decree agreement, and at that point, we're going to be forced to come up with some very difficult situations, difficult challenges. However, the courts aren't necessarily interested in another consent decree. Instead, what they're saying is you have 7 days to admit them. And right now, we've got a wait list that's well over a 100-day waiting list for space in our facility. Again, the courts aren't interested in another consent decree. They're just fining us now. $5,000 a day for every day that we don't admit them. Not all of our clients on the wait list are in that situation, but where there are particular sensitivities, the court has in fact implemented fines, and the state has been required to pay those fines. So it has a potential to really explode in terms of our liability. What I can tell you is that we've made long goodwill with the courts, showing that we are trying to address the situation. First and foremost is this number one priority for the department, where we want to build a new facility that will have a significant number of beds and allow us to take a significant number more clients off of that wait list in order to hopefully get closer to that 7-day statutory requirement. We know that this is going to take time, so again, we started the process last biennium, and it has taken a long time to get to that point. But we've dusted off the old blueprints. We've got that project being redesigned and getting ready to be shovel-ready to start. And so therefore, the request in front of you is for the 26-27 biennium, where we're actually hoping to start the construction on the facility. That is going to not only account for the current clients and the way that we provide for behavioral health, but also the way the facility will be built will also allow us to handle a dynamic situation where they may change the way that we provide the services. So for instance, if we focus more on outpatient, we need to make sure that we have a facility that can handle the outpatient nature of those types of clients. I would also say that given the desperate situation, we aren't able to necessarily wait for this building to be built. Instead, we are being forced to find very creative solutions to this problem. With the legislature and with Governor Lombardo, we've been able to implement other programs, such as trying to provide care while they're still in the municipal jail. While we're able to divert them, we're also finding ways to move some long-term clients out of our facility and over to long-term care facility so that that bed is available to turn over some of the clients that are on the wait list. My whole point of this is that we are being very creative in trying to meet our statutory requirement. However, we have an enormous exposure if we do not have this addressed. Not moving this forward would definitely diminish our standing with the court, and we would see significant impact from that decision. So the request today is to do the construction portion of the forensic facility down at the Las Vegas campus. Thank you.
The next project is DCFS Mental Health Intake Center. This is number 2 priority for DHHS. Youth that are committed to DCFS for correctional care or other facility pursuant to NRS 62E.520 currently undergo screening, assessments, and staffing while in custody of their respective county detention center prior to being transferred into the DCF custody. This process ideally is completed within 30 days of the use date of commitment. There are often wait lists for admission into a state correctional facility. When the assessments process identifies a youth in a higher level of care, the use time in the local detention facility can be longer, depending on an acceptance into a higher level of care and the date of assigned admission. During this time, in the local detention center, the youth is not earning any credit for completing any programs. This causes longer time in custody as youth do not earn program participation credit while in a local facility. DCFS serves approximately 400 kids that are in custody due to court order for the Juvenile Justice Services. This proposal before you is for an intake assessment and placement center facility while being used to ease local detention facilities by providing a space within the state to assess youth for appropriate settings based on their needs prior to the youth being committed and transported to the respective facility. This CIP request provides 3 modular buildings placed at the Summit View facility behind the Sierra 1 unit, which is needed for the program. The modulars are to staff offices and use them for counseling and therapy for the youth, and the classrooms for continuing education while they are being assessed. The CIP project will also include a concrete area for recreation for the juvenile justice youth.
Thank you. Our third priority for the Department of Health and Human Services is for addition of an elevator in the Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services Building Number 1. This is a building built in 1920 and was in pretty good shape back then. But, you know, as a community, we've evolved and we recognize that we need to provide ADA access. The functionality of that second floor in Building 1 is limited as we do not meet ADA standards, and therefore we are asking for an installation of an elevator. Right now, we do have staff, but the staff are not able to meet with clients, not able to do programming, and it definitely limits the functionality and use of the building. So we are asking for an elevator to be installed.
The next project is for Summit View Youth Center digital lock replacement, which is number 4 on the DHS CIP list, priority list. This request would replace the existing security key system campus-wide with a modern and more secure system. The new system would be a cloud-based and consist of key fobs and new lock cylinders to accept the key fobs. The new digital lock system would provide for a better security and access control as administration would know who is opening and closing the doors and when. Give the ability to assign key fobs to individuals, program and update the key fobs to only provide access to specific doors as required by the particular staff assigned to the key fobs, and immediately terminate access to individuals and/or key fobs when needed. The key fobs also eliminate the need to rekey the facility in the event the keys are lost or stolen. And as you can see in the picture, there's many keys to the Summit View facility.
Looking again at DHHS rank number 5 for DPBH, we are looking at cleaning up the parking lot on the North Street for the Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services. You can see from the picture, it is a dirt lot. The part of the campus that was previously used is now leased to the Sierra Regional Center and their clientele to the Washoe County. And therefore, the employees and patrons have been required to relocate to the mental health campus, where, as you can see, it is an unimproved parking lot. As long as the weather's great, it's functional. However, as you can see in the picture, that is not always great. And therefore, the clientele, obviously having challenges in their lives, are having to walk through this parking lot in order to receive services at the facility, and then also the staffing. In addition to having to walk through these elements, it does make it very difficult for us to clear the snow, to keep the parking lot clear, in order for us to use the lot during the winter season. The 6th rank on here for the Department of Health and Human Services is for an Advanced Planning Crisis Stabilization Center. This is down in Las Vegas on the Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services campus. Ultimately, what this facility does is it provides a stopgap between the street and the emergency room. We know that living on the street comes with significant challenges, not only in daily life, but also in if you were to have a struggle with mental health or mental health instability disorder, then at that point, trying to maintain that care on the street is very difficult. And sometimes those events escalate and either result in arrest or transport to the emergency room. What the Crisis Stabilization Center is intended for is to be an intermediary solution. We've all heard stories about how clients are on stretchers in the hallways of emergency rooms so that they can use the actual room itself for people with medical emergencies. And so we don't want to diminish the importance of the mental health care, but they don't always need to have emergency room care. They need to have mental health care. And if they're not able to remain on the street safely, what do you do? And so this would be to provide a place to divert these clients to a facility where they can be stabilized. And that stabilization could take several days, over a course of days. And again, that's not appropriate for care inside an emergency room. And obviously, we have the community support to try and establish this facility so that they can use emergency room for the medical emergencies as they're best equipped inside the emergency room.
Number 7 on the priority list for DHHS is DCFS's Desert Willow Treatment Center, which the Desert Willow Treatment Center is a mental health facility to serve children and youth. And this CIP requests a cooling tower, which the cooling tower currently is about 15 years old. And by the time, if this is approved, the cooling tower will be 17 to 18 years old. That would be replaced in the 26-27 budget. Due to heat and hard water in the south, shortens the useful life of cooling towers, and a failure is considered a life safety hazard. The previous cooling tower had a catastrophic system failure, which led to State Public Works emergency project. So to keep that from happening, we're requesting to have replace the cooling tower as it's aging.
Department rank number 8 is a hot water system upgrade for the Desert Regional Center, ICF. Once again, the ICF houses people with intellectual disabilities. Currently, we have 11 buildings on campus. 9 of those buildings are currently homes for people served. The 14 gas water heaters and the 1 water tank that would replace all water heaters within the ICF buildings, all 11 of those buildings. Most of those water heaters are 17-ish years old, so definitely reaching the end of their lifespan. Obviously, if we cannot get these replaced and we have a failure of them, then we are left with people living without hot water. So pretty important for them to have hot water, as that could lead to different allegations of abuse, neglect, and risk our licensure.
Priority number 10 for DHHS is DCFS's Nevada Youth Training Center school gymnasium air conditioning installation. The Nevada Youth Training Center is located up in Elko. The building was built in 1976 without a cooling system. This request is to install a modern air conditioning system in the school's gymnasium. Currently, the only source of cooling is from a portable swamp cooler, which is past its useful life currently and is insufficient in cooling the affected area and puts the building at risk in the event of water leaks. During the hot summer months, this space is nearly cannot use it. Useless, I should say. So a modern air conditioning system would resolve a lot of the issues. Next one is number 11, DCFS, Northern Nevada Child Adolescent Access Control System, and a unisex restroom remodel at the Enterprise building. Enterprise is located in Reno, up by UNR. The CIP requests to install an electric entry system at both the primary and the secondary entrance doors. This will greatly improve the safety and the security for the building, for staff, clients, and visitors. The system will also allow administration to control and monitor access, especially during the off hours. In addition, it will eliminate the need to rekey the doors when an employee leaves employment and/or if the keys are lost or stolen. Also in this request is adding a unisex restroom. As you can see in the floor plan on slide 25, the visitor restrooms are located through a secure door and around the corner from the reception area. Once a visitor is gained access, they have access to the entire building, and the reception area can no longer see them. This situation poses many risks, especially for the small children served at this facility. So a new unisex restroom located in the waiting area will reduce these risks. This facility serves the day treatment center, and the children that they serve are 8 years and younger. Sorry, I skipped over priority 9. For DCFS, Summit View Youth Center modular classrooms and an auto shop addition. This is located at the Summit View Youth Center. Currently, this facility has an outdated and unusable outdoor administrative segregation gym. In closing the existing administrative segregation gym, adding a bay door and an outdoor shade structure would allow the new automotive technician vocational lab and a classroom to be added to the facility. The intent is to introduce a new automotive vocational training program that can provide another skill set that will help the youth prepare to re-enter the community successfully.
All right, now we're going to jump to priority number 12 for the department. This is for advanced planning for the window replacement at the Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services in building number 8. This is for the planning through construction documents for the replacement of the single pane windows with dual pane higher efficiency units. As you can see through the images, these are old windows and causing significant climate disturbance within the facility, and oftentimes creating unusable situations. And we want to make sure that we're providing the appropriate facility for staff and for clients. So we are asking for, since it is such a significant project, we are asking for the advanced planning for this window replacement project.
Department rank number 13 is the backyard and campus improvements at the Desert Regional Center, ICF. Once again, this facility has long-term housing for up to 48 people with intellectual or developmental disabilities. This is the current state in the pictures of our backyards and our landscaping or lack thereof. In the last session, we did get approval for a security fence to go around the campus. We're currently working with State Public Works on that. This is kind of the second part of that process so that we can have security fencing around the campus and then have some nice backyard space for where people live. So the CIP includes monies for backyard landscaping, shade structures. This is Las Vegas, so during the summer they currently stay in their homes at 120 degrees. And to also get some backyard furniture, that sort of stuff, so people can actually enjoy their homes.
Looking at priority number 14 for the Department of Health and Human Services, this is looking at replacing the hot and chilled water piping at the Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services building number 25. I think the pictures on the back do not do the project justice. Ultimately, this is original water piping and is of the groove fitting type. For those of you familiar with this piping, it is not one of those that somehow you can eke 50 years out of it. This is definitely end of life, and what we find is that it is causing leaks regularly within the facility. As you can imagine, it's under pressure and significant sizing, and so therefore when this does fail, it causes significant damage in the facility. We've had multiple disruptions and having to do multiple emergency responses. And of course, this definitely shuts down the system while we are trying to get an emergency response to repair. It is unfortunately throughout the building, and we definitely need to have this replaced in order to have a safe and continuous operation within this particular facility.
Number 15 on the priority list for DHHS is at Desert Willow Treatment Center, which is in Las Vegas. Again, they serve children with mental health needs. This request is a courtyard renovation. The patient building and the courtyard walls at the facility have considerable damage to the concrete masonry units from the lawn sprinklers wetting the concrete and from pooling water due to poor drainage. Patients tend to dig in the grass area of the courtyard and pull up rocks from underneath the grass, which they use for scratching windows and creating more damage. The the renovating the courtyard, including replacing the grass with padded surface, would prevent the patients from digging holes in the grass and finding the rocks. It would also eliminate the drainage issues in the courtyard, and it would remove the sprinkler system, which would help prevent water damage to the building and preserve water in the Las Vegas Valley. The renovation also includes repairing the damaged concrete masonry walls. Next one is number 16 on DHHS's priority list, which is at Summit View Youth Center. And it's the walk-in coolers and freezer replacement. Both walk-in coolers and the freezer are 24 years old and have reached the end of their useful life. Both will be 26 to 27 years old by the time they are replaced in the 26-27 budget. Both units have experienced failures, resulting in food loss and costly repairs. Due to the age of the units, the general maintenance and upkeep for both units have increased and will continue to increase until replaced. The facility houses youth who rely on the kitchen for every meal and 3 times a day. Therefore, a kitchen equipment failure, especially walk-in cooler and freezer failure, is considered a life safety risk. New units will help reduce this risk. Next on the list is number 17 for DHHS. This is back at the Desert Willow Treatment Center, where they serve children with mental health needs. This is the public address system and surveillance camera replacement. The Desert Willow Treatment Center was built in 1998. The public address system is the original system in the building and is failing and does not provide coverage as needed. This is a critical system in a children's psychiatric hospital. It is used to call emergency codes, page staff, and otherwise communicate information throughout the facility as needed. This request is to replace the entire system with a modern system, including relocating speakers for better coverage. The camera system is obsolete and no longer supported by the vendor. The current system requires routine repairs and occasionally must be troubleshooted to find repair solutions. A modern camera system would allow for better review by the supervisors of multiple units, crucially monitoring of patient care, and help ensure perimeter safety during lockdowns, and may deter vandalism and provide footage to law enforcement to aid in investigations as needed. Next one. DCFS is not getting a break right now. Next one is number 18 on the priority list. This is to replace the area pole lighting on the West Charleston campus. The West Charleston campus has multiple buildings, multiple parking lots. This is also where Desert Willow Treatment Center is. It's about 27 acres. The campus is a 24/7 campus with exterior lighting throughout. The existing pole lighting has been damaged by weather and vandalism throughout the years. The current lighting is insufficient and poses a safety risk for staff, clients, and visitors, especially in the late hours of the night when visibility is essential. This project will replace the existing lighting and add additional lighting using steel poles and glassless LED lighting, both of which will help reduce vandalism and increase safety for staff and clients and the visitors.
All right, number 19. We're looking at the HVAC renovation for the Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services, building number 1 for the first floor. As you can see from the images, these are individual units inside particular rooms, and unfortunately, it is all tied to a central system, which means that the entire building is either being heated or it's being cooled, but it cannot be varied in the different locations of the first floor. So the entire first floor must be heated or the entire first floor must be cooled, regardless of what that particular room's exposure is to the outside or to opening doors, foot traffic. And so therefore, we're looking at replacing the fan coil units and hot chilled water piping at this particular facility. This should allow for the space to be used more effectively for staff and for clients to make the building, again, more functional. As we've discussed before, this particular building was built in 1920, and there are certain limitations with how it has been constructed, and we're looking to try and make that more effective as the use of that building evolves and as the requirements have evolved. And then our final slide that we're going to be presenting today, I would note that we've got significant other projects, but we just wanted to really focus on the top 20 for the board today. The priority number 20 that's being presented is for the advanced planning of building number 3 in order to do renovations to that particular building, and then for building number 4 for the demolition. I know it's kind of interesting to see both of these on the same project, right? One is improving and the other one's raising, but nonetheless, they are both related. It's on the same campus. If we look at the building number 3, we definitely need to make sure that it is retrofitted to install a new elevator and also to provide more effective use of the spaces and including making sure that it meets the current seismic requirements of facilities. This building does not meet the requirements for code for that. And we want to make sure that we're bringing that up so it is safe for our staff and for clients. Building number 4, it was constructed in 1961. However, it's been compromised and no longer, it was never intended to be occupied. It was intended to be raised, and we're just waiting for an appropriate period of time to do it. The Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services campus does have, by its very nature, it has a lot of people around the campus, and we do have problems with them intruding into the space of building number 4. Not only is it unsafe for them, which puts us at risk, but it also, just not from a building perspective, but also it's not environmentally safe. And so we need to make sure that we're not putting people at risk or providing that opportunity for people to go into that building in an unsafe area. We have the responsibility for that. And so we need to make sure that we raise this building so we're not misrepresenting how safe it might be. This is particularly interesting when the climate is extremely hot or when the climate is very dismal. People are seeking refuge anywhere they can, and if they see a vacant building, that seems like a great opportunity. And we need to stop representing that it's a safe place for them to occupy. So this concludes the presentation of our top 20 priorities. I'd just like to finish with a closing statement before I open it up into questions. I would point out that what we're talking about here with the 3 divisions in front of you today is that we've taken on a very noble cause to try and provide health care for the citizens of Nevada. But it's not just in passing, right? It is actual taking charge of their residency In some cases, it's court-ordered. In other cases, they don't have the capacity to live independently. And once you take charge of someone's residence, then you must provide a safe place to live. You must provide an effective place to provide treatment and care, and that expectation is hit upon us. We've talked about situations where we are violating people's liberty by not getting them into treatment in a timely manner, hence our very first priority. You've heard things about where we have walk-in coolers, right? And we need to be able to provide food. The individuals that are in our care, they do not have resources. They do not have access to alternate care. This must come from the state because we've accepted that responsibility. And if we don't have the freezer working, it becomes problematic, right? We look at providing a reasonable housing. Aging's represented how they have housing where they have spaces not functional, especially in the Las Vegas heat. And so I'm just going to try and impress upon you that these are not discretionary services. These are of the most vulnerable population. We're talking about the elderly, we're talking about children, we're talking about people with mental health and behavioral health disorders, and it is very difficult for them to live autonomous, and so we have a responsibility to provide that care that the state says is important for us to do. And so I would just hopefully represent that this isn't a discretionary service, and we're really trying to do the right thing for our citizens. This is a point where, again, we do have contact information for Tiffany and Jessica and myself on the second to last slide, and then the last slide we do have a list of acronyms in case you guys had any questions or wanted to refer back to this later. So at this point, I'll turn it over for any questions that you may have.
Roy Walker, let's see, it'd be your project rank number 9, the classrooms. And the auto vocation lab, within the auto vocation lab, I see furnishings and fixtures at $142,000. What do those consist of?
Consist of?
Yes.
We furniture, equipment, and fixtures, and the needs to manage the automotive technician program. So it'd be the equipment.
I understand that part, and have toured high schools in their auto shop, and their fit and fixture budget is almost 3 times yours. So that's my concern. If you're going to build this, are you going to equip it so the people that you turn out are ready to step into the industry?
It's a very good question, and I can get back to you if you like as to how the additional needs for the automotive technician requirements.
That would be great.
Yes.
Thank you. I have other questions, but I feel like I've been drinking from a fire hose trying to get a sip.
I'll give you a break, Roy, and ask a question. Good morning, Phil Manley. On the last one, number 20, I'm just wondering if there was any consideration given to perhaps just demoing Building 3 as well and doing an entire new construction. It seems like renovation is slated at $22 million. Oftentimes, renovating a building that's outdated can cost more than just building a new one. And if it's mostly unoccupied, I'm just wondering if maybe there was some analysis done of cost benefit in terms of just knocking them both down and building new on both.
I appreciate the question. There is a disadvantage in being able to occupy the building right now because it gives the impression that it is completely usable and we just need some minor tweaks. But the project in front of us is going to be a significant improvement to the facility. So being able to occupy the facility today doesn't represent the amount of work that is needed in order to really bring it up to an appropriate standard. The assessment between building a new facility versus renovating this facility, it has been something that we've worked with the State Public Works Division and their assessment. I don't know that conversation's happened explicitly, but in terms of when this project has been reviewed by the Public Works Division, they still feel that the building is worth the renovation as opposed to a complete raise. Clearly, building number 4, they were able to reach that determination that it is not, right? So it's within their perspective to make that decision, as proven here, but we are deferring to their best judgment on saying that this is worth renovating. Definitely noted, though. And we'll call a friend, and he will come and help us. Thank you.
Brian Walker again for the record. Mr. Barman, thank you for that. I think you stole my thunder and took the highlights from most of that response. But yeah, State Public Works, we concur with what you're saying there. It's cheaper. It's a great question. It is cheaper to build a new building. It costs a lot to do these projects on these historic buildings, to bring them up, to keep them usable for our agencies. And you know, on this one, it is a Fredericks de Longchamp building that is, in our opinion, is historically significant. And so that's why we've, put the project together this way to maintain that historic building 3. Building 4, was built in 1961. Yeah, that is a historic building too. It's over 50 years old, but it's not of the same significance as building 3.
To follow up on that, so do you have like specifics on the cost savings or potential cost savings and value of historic preservation versus cost, I guess?
I don't, and I could follow up on something like that if you want to see that sort of analysis. It's really just, I'm just looking at the cost estimate and thinking out loud with you here. We're looking at the renovation is $1,400 a square foot. Oftentimes, depending on the the type of building we're doing, it could be $400 to $800 a square foot for a new building. So it's, rough order of magnitude, it's twice as expensive to do these historic projects. But we could look at this further on this building if you'd like us to.
Thanks. Yeah, just a thought.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do have a question on another project. Back to the number 1, I guess, the big one. Obviously, a lot of money to potentially be invested in that, and looking at the numbers and the court order that was mentioned and the 7-day time period. I think I heard it's the hope that we'll get closer to the 7-day requirement. So I guess just follow up on that by investing all this money in constructing this. Are we going to be able to meet the 7-day requirement, or is there still going to be additional hurdles and factors that are going to still cause the 7-day requirement to not be met and still be getting the fines?
Thank you. I appreciate that. We have fluctuated between 110 to 145 days waiting list. And clearly the courts don't like it when the waiting list increases, but they are very supportive when we are able to make reductions to the waiting list. Having this facility will make a significant reduction to that waiting list. What we are trying to do in the interim is we're making sure that we are renovating a current building, 3A, that in the 24-25 biennium. And we are hoping to open that up. That's going to be an additional 20 beds. But what we have is we have the Stein Hospital, we have the 3A that's going to be opened. We're going to have Lakes Crossing in the north. And they are separate, individual, smaller facilities. None of them are able to handle the caseload that is out there. By creating this facility, it would significantly reduce the number of people that are on the wait list. And as I mentioned, we're also trying to get long-term commits out of our facility and over to a skilled nursing facility when it is safe to do so. And we've been able to secure providers over the last year that is agreeable to this type of a program. When we have a bed available, it doesn't serve just one client, right? If we've got a long-term commit, it could be in our facility for 10 years and then reevaluated. Well, in that 1 year, we could have as many as 3 different clients turning over and being restored to competency or otherwise processed. So getting beds is more than just a one-to-one. Getting this number of beds could result in those beds turning over as much as 3 times per year. We believe that it is going to make a significant improvement towards that wait list. We are uncertain if that's going to get us to the 7-day requirement. It's probably unlikely. What I can say is that the courts are going to be extremely thrilled to be getting it down from the 110, 120, down into the lower number of wait days. At that point, I understand that the design of this particular facility has the ability to be developed even further. We're not doing the entire design of the hospital. We're only doing the first phase, which has a significant number of beds. And so if we find that this is not the best solution, we still have an option to build out the rest of this hospital with an additional wing, additional beds. What we didn't want to do was go for the entire thing and find that we have overbuilt, right? As you started your question, it's a significant investment. And we wanted to make sure that we were doing the best use of dollars for the state and making sure that we're sizing it right. And so we do have options to continue to build this facility, but that's not the phase 1 that's being presented today.
Thank you, and I like the point that there's the ability to expand, because it sounds like we're going to be back here in a few years looking to do that. And so in my mind, I like the idea of expanding on what's already been built rather than starting from scratch in a new facility or adding a second facility. So I like to hear that you're being proactive in that regard.
Absolutely. And there's always an opportunity cost benefit where we're going to be evaluating. Stein was not designed for what it's being currently used for. It's very inefficient. 3A, similarly, we're doing renovations, but again, it's not the most efficient design. And so when we have this proven and it's constructed and we see how it's performing, there is also a possibility that someday we would shut Stein and 3A down and be able to use this space or to develop this space that build on and be able to close those facilities. But again, significant investment, so we're going to try and see how this performs first.
Roy Walker, back to your ranking, number 6, the Cost Stabilization Center. I have 2 questions. One, this is a short-term crisis center, and could you discuss your policy on, it appears you can keep a patient for 23 hours?
I'm so sorry, I didn't hear that.
It appears in my information you can keep a crisis or someone in crisis for up to 22 hours.
You know what? I'm going to
23
have,
hours?
yeah, I'm going to have some support. I'm going to call another friend, if you're okay with that, to make sure you get the right information, okay?
What happens after that?
Cody Finney. I'm the administrator of the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, for the record. So the crisis stabilization model is generally up to 23 hours and 59 minutes. We try to keep them only that long. Sometimes people stay longer, up to 3 days. But most of the people we serve in that model are either stabilized and return home within about, gosh, I'm trying to remember the exact averages, within that 23 hours, or it becomes clear that they need a higher level of care and they're transferred to a hospital.
Okay, and the second question is this request is for 19 beds to meet the anticipated need over the next 15 years. This is about $100,000 plus a bed. So why are we looking at a 15-year life? I think the world is going crazy. And why just 19 beds?
Thank you, Cody Finney, for the record. Agreed, this is part of what the community would need. But that is what was included in our master plan for the campus that belongs to the state of Nevada.
So you will not be back here for 15 years asking for any expansion? Is that what you're telling me?
Cody Finney, for the record, what I'm saying is that the other portions are anticipated to be provided in other locations by other organizations. But I absolutely would not commit that someone like me might not be back.
I'll let that rest. Thank you.
If we don't have any other questions, thank you very much for your presentation this morning.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
So we're good. End of the game. Member hand for the record. We're at 11 a.m. and we're a little ahead of schedule. We don't have anybody else here to present at this point in time, so we should go ahead and take a recess and go to lunch.
You need a motion? No objection? Motion for lunch?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we got a motion, right? Roy, did you?
Roy Walker, I'd make a motion to adjourn for lunch.
You have a second?
Kevin Lewis, for the record, I'll make a second.
Or any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
But as far as
Oh, so when it's green.
Member hand for the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from our break. First up this afternoon is Department of Corrections, and we look forward to your presentation, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. Well, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is James Zurenda, D-Z-U-R-E-N-D-A. I'm the director for the Nevada Department of Correction. Sitting with me here today is the Nevada Department of Corrections Capital Improvement Project Manager, Kent Lefevre. He'll help me present this today and probably do the majority of it. But we're pleased here to present to you the Nevada Department of Corrections CIP request for the 2025 cycle. First, we'd like to thank the board for recommending past projects in the 23 and 21 CIP cycles and appreciate your support of our programs that have happened in the past. This year, we come before you with 130 projects that are critical to this Department of Correction. And I left the agency as the director in 2019. And coming back here in January of 23, I find it hard to believe that any other agency has such deteriorated infrastructure issues as the Department of Corrections, which is supposed to be the highest security in the state based upon the population that we are watching and secure every day. So some of those we're going to be talking about today. And hopes that we can actually get the department back to more standards that it should be acquired. Also, in our first couple CIP requests are number 1 and number 2 priorities. I need to explain the changes in some of the laws that happened in this last session that require us to do things that we can't do, that require some CIP requests, and I'll explain all that when I get into it and how it affected our CIP request priorities. So the first thing is that, like I mentioned, we have 130 CIPs that were proposed for Public Works consideration. This is over our 16 active facilities. Just to bring what about the Department of Corrections, our mission that we do, that is everyone probably thinks they understand, but the Nevada Department of Corrections will improve public safety by ensuring a safe and humane environment that incorporates a proven rehabilitation initiatives that prepare individuals for successful reintegration into our communities. The vision is that we reduce victimization and recidivism by providing offenders with incentives for self-improvement and tools that affect change. Why this is important in the CIP projects, in order for us to provide humane environment and for us to provide safety to the offenders in the community, all of our infrastructure is built together so that we can do this and we can make sure that not only us that work in the department and those that we're supervising, but also those in the community are protected by those that we watch, and also a lot of the mandates that we have from the U.S. Supreme Court on humanity treatment of offenders. So when we first talk about population projections, I'm not sure if you know in this committee, but the state hired a company called the JFP. JFP was a company that comes in every year and projects based upon new laws that come into effect and the amount of population that's coming back into the state or moving into the state or leaving the state, and what it actually means for our population projections in the prison system. And they do projections based upon 1, 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years projections in our population based upon a whole bunch of criteria. And when we watch their projections, we usually build our budgets on those projections of what we're going to be facing. Unfortunately, the JFA that was hired were pretty far off on our projections. The projections they gave are under what we're actually seeing today. January of 23, when I first came into the agency, we had in our population in the prison system under 10,000. Today, we're at 10,553. So those projections are increasing quickly, which I'll explain in here, which means that we're running out of space. We're running out of space to house. When you start utilizing more offenders, it starts all the infrastructure that we have, whether it's washing machines, whether it's cooking materials, kitchens. None of those that we're going to mention today were built in for the numbers of the population that we have today. So when you talk about all this, it means that all that equipment, all the building materials that we did, the HVAC systems weren't designed for the numbers and the length of service that we have in there today. So that's why I mentioned when I first came back, noticing that these issues that were infrastructure issues back when I was director back in 2019 have actually not been improved and actually are worse today than they were and continue to get worse. And a lot of that is because of our prison population numbers as well, which I'll go over a little bit more. And a change of our mission based upon not our overall mission, but our inter-facility missions, which is another reason for our number 1 and 2 priorities, a different mission because of some of the laws that were passed today. And I'll go over those laws that affected our change in our mission population that are going to happen. So the next thing I'll do is I'll talk about our male and female offender population numbers. Those numbers that I gave with the increase of close to 600 more in the last 18 months, or majority are our male population. When you look at the JFA numbers, they projected that we would be at or about 10,000 today, which I said we're over almost about 10,600 combined. The female population is not increasing as dramatically as the male population in the state. So when you look at some of the CIP requests, it's more going to be geared towards around some of our male population facilities, which are taking the biggest hit. When you talk about bed capacity, when we in the Department of Corrections look at it, we have 3 different types of capacity beds. We have what is maximum capacity, we have medium, and we have minimum capacity beds. With the change of the laws that came out, AB 236 back in 2018, the changes in some of the laws which reduced the levels of penalties in the community, they reduced level 2 felonies to make them level 3. When you talk about all this, with those change in the laws meant that there's offenders that come into the system today are higher level felonies than they were back in 2017 and 18. What that does on my end is it means that when we're getting higher level felonies, more than we had from before, and lower level felonies, our maximum and medium beds are filling up pretty quick. In fact, we are almost at our capacity for medium level beds. We're running out of space. Our minimum security beds, when we talk about closing of facilities, closing of camps, that's because we don't have the lower level offenders that we had back when I left. When I left in 2019, we had over 1,100 offenders that were minimum security offenders that we trained to fight forest fires in the state and out of state. Those offenders are now at 280. So that's the reduction in our minimums that have happened. However, our count's going up, so what that means is our higher levels are being filled higher and faster than the mediums and minimums. When we run out of space, then we have to start filling up, like I said, the facilities that were not under the capacity that we're putting them. We're building over our capacity. And then with the change in the laws that happened just this last session, it required a certain things for segregation beds and those out of cell time for offenders, and the bill was called the Senate Bill 307. The Senate Bill 307 mandates that we have to have offenders out of their cell a certain amount of times a day, and especially the high-risk offenders that are segregated offenders that are the most dangerous. Getting them out more than the time in the day, we got to have the space for them. We got to have the staff for them and the space for them, which we don't have. That's why one of the missions that we're changing internally in the department is changing the missions of the Ely Correctional Center, which has is considered our only state maximum facility. That facility, we can't get enough staff to actually operate it in whole. So it's actually operated at half capacity. And having that high level of a security, which is our condemned units, our death row, our maximum security beds, requires more staff to staff a facility with those offenders than a minimum and medium security offenders. When you don't have the amount of staff to fill it, we're at half capacity over at Ely, because we only could get enough staff to run the facility at half filled population. In order to do this, we're getting Senate Bill 307 to put offenders out more. It's going to be too dangerous at a facility like Ely, putting offenders out more at a time with no staff and no staff there for emergencies, which is going to be a little, we're looking at restructuring and moving the offenders that are at Ely down to Indian Springs, where we have the staff and have the capacity. However, we don't have the recreational spaces, which is why I'm going to mention when we get to this on our request number 1 and number 2. When you move lower level security to a high level facility, the recreation looks different. They're larger recreational areas. They're not smaller ones for minimum numbers. That infrastructure has to change as well, which is why I'll get into that with number 1 and number 2. We'll pass on now to, I'll have Ken talk about the master plan, and then I will go over number 1 and number 2 priority, just so we can go back into this change in the mission.
Okay, thank you. Kent Lefevre for the record. In 2010, the NDOC and State Public Works completed a master plan study. The study balanced the growth of beds with the growth of core services. For the 10-year horizon upcoming, we're looking at 3 major events. One is the NNCC, Northern Nevada Correctional Center, culinary replacement. And just to give a little preamble on that, the existing culinary at Northern Nevada Correctional Center was designed for about 600 inmates, and that was about 60 years ago. The current population at NNCC is roughly 2,000 inmates, and the culinary is wholly inadequate, not only functionally, but in delivering 6,000 meals every day. So one of the objectives of the master plan is to build core facilities that will support more beds. That's what we did in Southern Desert, where we had a small culinary and 2,000 inmates. We had to build a culinary to support the demand for meals and services, inmate services, down in that facility at Southern Desert. And that was built about, I want to say, 15 years ago. And here we are asking for NNCC culinary planning, and I'll get into that later in the presentation. The other thing that was planned and in the drawer right now is 2 Nevada Teas, which is roughly another 600 inmates for Southern Desert Correctional Center, and that's bullet number 2. And then also, because as the directors mentioned, a lot of our inmates are not camp worthy anymore. We've got several camps out there in the boondocks that could be closed over time, because we don't need to put the people there because we haven't got that class of inmate there. So before I go into the body of my remarks, I would like to call your attention to this abbreviation list of the 16 facilities for the department. I have a tendency just to read the acronym of the department or of the facility because it's kind of like stuck in my brain. NNCC, for example, means Northern Nevada Correctional Center, and it's here in Carson City. But if I read an acronym that sounds foreign to you, please raise your hand and I'll clarify it. We wanted to present our CIP projects in the following manner. The first 40 CIP projects, I will go into some detail, some in-depth detail on each one of those projects. And then the remaining balance of CIPs, I'll just lightly touch at somewhere in the middle of the presentation. But this chart you see before you is how we've categorized each CIP. For example, number 1 and number 2, as the director has mentioned. The reason these are number 1 and number 2 is because the Senate, or the legislature passed a bill last session, SB 307, which mandates that we give inmates in segregation the same accommodations, if you will, as inmates in regular population. And so each one of these projects that I'm going to go through here checks the box of safety, security, infrastructure, and energy. Most of the projects that I'll present today are all safety and security. I mean, whether it's door locks, or whether it's mechanical systems, or whether it's plumbing systems, those all relate to safety and security. Because as I've observed over the past 15 years, if the inmates aren't happy because they're flush, because their toilet doesn't flush, that creates other problems, and it spins out of control in the housing unit. And maybe the director can comment on that.
So the first thing I'm going to talk about is this number 1 and number 2, going back to this. Number 1, we're requesting additional, we need to upgrade our Ely State Prison, which is our maximum right now. When we move the lower level offenders in there and have to provide additional recreational space in mass numbers, we do not have that up there right now. Right now, they have miniature enclosures that were meant for 4 or less individuals at a time. When you move a lower level up there, we're talking about 150 to 200 at a time. So you're going to need recreational space to be able to have somebody up there for 200 offenders out at any given time that are lower level offenders. In the long run, this is going to save a lot of problems in the state with emergency response. We don't have enough emergency response up there right now, which is why the facility is at half capacity. We don't have the staffing to fill the vacancies up there, so anytime we have a problem, an emergency, we do not literally have enough staff to cover the aftermath of an emergency. Last month, we had 3 homicides at that facility, and when you're talking about the end of the shift, when we had 3 homicides and 8 offenders that had to be life-started out by helicopter, all of our staff, except for 8, were on 16-hour shifts already. When you talk about that and trying to figure out who's going to shake down, watch at the hospitals, and having staff working more than 16 hours, it just can't keep continuing. When you move in the lower level security, we could fill that whole facility up with full capacity, which will help us with those beds that we are lacking today, and it'll require the amount of staff they have today, even less than that. So when you're talking about a lower level facility, I don't need to fill it up with the amount of staff at a high max security facility. What it also means is when you put lower level facility offenders in there, it means that their possibilities or their danger of possibly having an emergency is less. When you put up a population that we're going to be putting up there, which is considered a protective housing population, very little happens with a protective housing population because they do not want to be moved. They do not want to be put into higher level facilities because of something in their past, whether it's their crime or their gang activity that went bad. The amount of incidents will be a lot less. And the amount of outside hospitals will be a lot less because now if we put a lower level in there and can mix it, we can actually control how many of the higher level medical mental health needs of those offenders. If it's high, we can move them out of there. I can't do that today with a maximum security because maximum is what's maximum. And it's all the maximum is out there right now. So in order to do this right and to follow by the state law and by U.S. Supreme Court that dictates us on the amount of out-of-cell time as well, And for proper humane treatment, we need larger recreational areas to be able to hold, like I said, up to 200 at a time, so that we could do the whole facility throughout 24-hour period. So that's number one, the cost estimate for those recreational areas. Number two is a little different. These recreational areas are smaller recreational areas to hold the maximum security and death row offenders. That's being required to us by Senate Bill 307 to get them out of their cells and keep them out safely. The best way to do that is lower numbers, which they cannot do at Ely today. Lower numbers and be able to do more out at a time, just not in grouped. There'll be individuals or small groups of 4 or less. Those are the type of recreational enclosures that's mentioned in priority number 2. And again, as Kent mentioned, this is to make us in compliance with the new law that came out that was unfunded, and that we knew we would need these recreational enclosures to be in compliance. These recreational enclosures will be a big safety factor improvement as well, because like I said, we do not have to put the larger numbers out at a time that they currently have to today to be in compliant up at Ely. This is a safety factor that'll be best for all of us in prevention of a lot of future lawsuits as well with having incident rates. But those are our number 1 and number 2, so I'm not sure if anyone has any questions about 1 and 2, because Kent will handle 3 through 40.
Yeah, thank you, Phil Manley. So maybe it's not really necessarily for today's discussion, but as I'm hearing this, it's like, you know, obviously there's recruiting issues for staff, but, you know, the cost of construction seems much greater than paying for additional staff to perhaps to staff the Ely facility versus paying for the yards. So I'm just trying to kind of understand that.
Sure. When you're talking about the staffing, we're going to do it safely, whether we have the staff or not. What's going to happen is if we don't have these recreational areas, we can't come in compliance for the Senate bill and for the law. That's what's going to get us into trouble. But we're not going to put people out there and jeopardize people's safety because we have to put more people out in larger areas. I just won't do that. But we're going to, when you talk about vacancy rates, the Las Vegas area in Clark County, we're now it's our largest amount of population for offenders, and we have the least amount of vacancies. Literally, we're swamped with applications. We have 100 at the academy right now for that area, and we have over 5,000 applications for correction officers for the South. We're going to stop hiring because we have enough. When you talk about emergency response, in the South, we have other facilities in the area. If a big disaster happens, I could pull staff from multiple facilities. I can't do that in Ely. We rely on White Pine County sheriffs, which are limited resources as well. In Ely, it's not about the space or the amount of location. I can't get staff from there for there. We opened it up this year for trying to recruit up there. We literally got 4 applicants for the entire city of Ely, for the whole part of the side of the state. It just will never happen. So it's really, this is almost like a mandatory thing that we have to do immediately, and I have the plans all ready to move, and part of the plan is these recreational enclosures so that we can not only do it safely, but also not violate the laws. I don't know if that helps me.
Looks like we don't have any other questions on 1 or 2. Thank you.
Okay, good. Then just to recap on number 1, we're adding 4 recreational yards at Ely State Prison for multiple use inmates. So you can think of these as like half-court ball field areas segregated so that they can control how many inmates are in there, but it's going to be more than just one. And for number 2, the rec yards for High Desert State Prison, roughly 40 individual exercise cages, and that's a lot when you're thinking the individual cages are roughly 12 by 20 feet. for inmates. They're going to be marching out along the desert, but there's still plenty of room inside that yard for these things. The next CIP that I would like to call to your attention is number 3, which is the evaporative cooler replacement at Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center. These particular units, and there's 8 of them, have deteriorated to the point that we're literally down to duct tape and cardboard. I have a visual for you. So these units were installed in about 2008, and they are direct, indirect evap units in the expansion area of the prison, and it's time to replace them, all 8 of them. And these are not small, they're about the size of a pickup truck or bigger up on the roof, and they need to be replaced, as you can see. This project is $3.9 million, estimated at $3.9 million, and it hits all the boxes of safety, security, infrastructure, and energy. The next one I would like to highlight is priority number 4, which is the culinary renovation at Lovelock Correctional Center. Now, Lovelock Correctional Center has, to my knowledge, never had a culinary refresh in 25 years. This particular CIP will replace the sewer pipes that are underneath the culinary, because every time they push water to the floor drains, water comes up somewhere else. And it's gray water and it's disgusting, especially in a culinary environment. The other thing that this project will address is ovens that are inoperative. We have 2 ovens, and these are huge ovens. You actually can walk inside of them, where they bake bread and other products. Anyway, it will replace those and some other miscellaneous equipment. So that is CIP number 4. The next one is CIP number 5, which is the advanced planning for the culinary, bakery, and laundry at Northern Nevada Correctional Center. This, as I mentioned, was part of our master plan initiative to replace this culinary with a new culinary. This is a planning project, so we're asking for planning dollars at this time so we can figure out how big the box is going to be and then ask for construction dollars 2 years from now. Priority number 6, which is the evaporative cooling replacement for housing units 1 through 12 at High Desert State Prison. Again, this particular project, I don't know if you've read the papers or not, but it got a lot of ink in the paper about 30 days ago, where the extreme temperatures in those housing units were causing inmates to be in distress because of the heat. And maybe the director can comment on that. This project is a $64 million project, and it will replace every mechanical unit on the housing units at High Desert. And to put this in perspective, High Desert was built in about 2000, 1999, 2000-ish. So these units are 25 years old. They've hit their life cycle expectancy and beyond. I have some more pictures for you. So these pictures I'm circulating are pictures of the fan wheel inside of these units that's rusted out to the point that the housing, the coupling that holds it on to the driver is falling apart. So they start oscillating at odd angles and tear each other. You know, it just tears itself apart. So that's what we're dealing with, and the director can comment on the political end of this.
Yeah, so when you're talking about evaporated coolers for these size of the housing units and the amount of the offenders, we're probably at about, I think, 3,800 offenders are at this facility that these evaporated coolers cools. When you're talking about water that comes from a large, long distance, probably closer to about 2 miles, come into the facility from tanks, by the time they get to the facility, the water is warm. And you utilize them in these coolers is kind of becomes more ineffective when it's really hot out. And when you're talking about water, where it comes from down in that area, it's heavy minerals and it's heavy hardness, and it's very difficult for us to control it with the chemicals, that it actually does what was in those pictures. It deteriorates our systems pretty bad. Replacements of these fans that are in there do no longer exist anymore. Those are considered 40-inch fans, and if you try to research and try to buy a 40-inch fan for an evaporated cooler, you can't. They do not make them anymore. We have a company that agreed to fabricate them out in Pennsylvania at a very high cost. Each of those fans cost around $7,000 to $8,000 a piece to be fabricated. Every one's constantly being repaired, replaced, and changed. And it's not only just because of the fan, it's because of the infrastructure pieces that hold the fan together up in the module of it. Are all falling apart. Those units are, like Kent said, they're actually only made for 20 years life capacity. They're at 25 now. The issue is not going to go away. It's going to get worse. We did look at possibly replacing them with air conditioning units instead of swamp coolers. However, you're looking at almost 3 times the cost. It's at $168 million to replace it with air conditioning units. So when you look at the issues that are happening, the medical issues, we've already have 3 lawsuits that are pending on us now that are out in the Supreme Court on these swamp coolers because they did not cool the units down effectively. In the state, we're supposed to move out every offender when the air in the units get higher than 85 degrees. We were at multiple times, those swamp cooler units did not bring it lower than 90 degrees. And for when you talk about the type of offenders in these units, we have a lot of offenders at that facility because it's one of our main facilities are on psychotropic medications. If you know anything about psychotropic medications, those heat your body up a lot faster than someone that's not on psychotropic medications, and the possibilities of them dying is a lot easier and a lot quicker in higher temperatures, which is another reason. There's a bunch of lawsuits in the country that it's already happened that offenders have died in units that are too hot. One of them just happens to be a place where I used to work in New York City when I used to run Rikers Island. We had an offender in there that the temperatures went closer to 100 and the offender died in the unit from heat because of the psychotropic meds that he was on, couldn't cool the body quick enough. We were at that temperatures in Las Vegas area and Indian Springs where the units did not work effectively. They need to be replaced and they need to be done now because of the issues that are going to happen in the future, which is going to cost the state a lot more money, losing a life, than it would be just replacing these coolers for $64 million.
In addition to those comments, I would also like to point out that the legislature is keenly aware of this project. This project came up in the Interim Finance Committee in June, it was July,
May and June.
and discussed at length in a public forum for hours. So if there's any project that needs to be funded, it's this one. Okay, moving on. Item number 7, priority number 7 is the install of security cameras for Southern Desert Correctional Center. This is a $7.9 million project that enhances the safety and security of that facility. This project and other projects throughout this presentation, you're going to see kind of a trend that we're asking for door locks, door replacements, cameras, camera replacements, mechanical things and their replacements, plumbing things and their replacements. I haven't got a shiny object to show you today, but each one of these projects is critical to the mission of the department and keeping safety and security of not only the inmates, but also the staff that work in these facilities. Number 8, priority number 8 is the Building 10 mezzanine removal. So this is at Ely State Prison, and what we did there a couple of years ago is we replaced the boilers at Ely State Prison, and one of the boilers was on this mezzanine just over the laundry room. And this particular mezzanine held up the boilers with a concrete slab that over time has become exposed to basic water, and the concrete has deteriorated to the point that we were worried that we couldn't put a new boiler up there. So the new boiler went down on the main floor a couple of feet over from this mezzanine. But this project is to structurally either remove that mezzanine or structurally correct the deficiencies there so that we don't have the opportunity of a collapse, which is a real risk right now on that particular building. Priority number 9, repair emergency generators at Ely State Prison. This particular project is to repair one generator, I believe, and to refurbish the others. We had an incident about 6 months ago where one of these generators basically blew up, and it's to the point where it has to be rebuilt or repaired or replaced. So that touches the safety and security, as I mentioned, infrastructure and energy. Priority number 10, the rec yards, the recreational yards enclosures at Lovelock Correctional Center. And I won't go into any more detail than to say that we've got 28 recreational yards scheduled for that CIP for all the reasons that the director has mentioned. Moving on to the next page. I've got three CIPs I'd like to tackle at one time, and that is number 11, 12, and 15. And these are all replacing cell doors, locks, intercoms, controls at Northern Nevada Correctional Center, at Southern Desert Correctional Center, at Warm Springs, and also at High Desert. So the scope of the projects is basically the same. We've got to get those doors off of there. They've been beat to death for decades and need to be replaced, as well as the locks and the control mechanisms that direct them, that open them and shut them. CIP number 13 is plumbing fixture controls at Southern Desert. Last time we were before you, we were approved, I think it was in the 21 or the 23 CIP to do plumbing fixture controls at Southern Desert in housing units 1 through 4. Well, this is coming back to get the rest of the housing units, and what this does is allows staff to control how many flushes per hour an inmate can flush. Every time they flush, it's like 3.5 gallons of water that goes down to the central treatment plant. And it's a way for inmates to hide contraband. The reason that we need this project is so that we can control the water, how much they flush. We did this at Ely with really good success. We were able to take the water consumption at Ely and change it, reduce it by 50%. Just by using controls on the fixtures. So that still allows them to flush, but maybe it's only 3 times an hour instead of every 2 minutes or as fast as it can recycle. Item number 14, priority 14, is the upgrade to the emergency generator at Carland. Carland is one of 2 camps that are highlighted in this CIP request. The emergency generator is basically past its useful life and needs to be replaced. Okay. Item 16 is the underground piping replacement at High Desert State Prison. This is a continuation project from the 23 CIP. There was a planning project 23M44. I'm looking at my guys over there. I think that's the one it is. Anyway, this replaces the hydronic piping throughout the campus at High Desert. So you've got probably 2 miles of piping times 4 with the 4-pipe system. And the reason this needs to be replaced is because we've experienced leaks in the past, not catastrophic leaks, but enough of a loss in water, hydronic fluid, to raise the question that there's a leak somewhere and we got to find it. When I was out there 10 years ago, there was a leak close to the culinary, but I think there's more now because I think they're losing about 76 gallons of water every hour out there. So it's not the end of the world. It's probably less than 1% of the water in that pipe, but it needs to be addressed. And the sooner we address it, the sooner we stave off a catastrophe in that facility. Item 17. Priority 17 is the replacement of the central plant boilers at Southern Desert. There's currently 2 boilers at Southern Desert that serve hot water to the entire campus. And these are big boilers, they're like giant. This project will replace both of them. Currently, one of them is inoperative, and that's a concern that keeps me up at night. That is roughly a $1.7 million request. Priority number 18 is the generators and power distribution repairs at Lovelock Correctional Center. In the 23 CIP, we had funded a electrical study of the electrical system at Lovelock. And so this is a product of that study coming out of the central plant with new secondary feeders, new breaker boards and what have you. This project is much needed because we've had some electrical issues at Lovelock. Item number 19, priority 19 is the replacement for mechanical equipment for buildings F, G, H, R, and S, and M at High Desert State Prison. And this is not to be confused with the housing units mechanical replacement that we just talked about. This is for the core facilities. Okay, so we're talking about the admin area, we're talking about education, we're talking about the culinary, we're talking about intake. So these particular buildings are also at their 25-year aged out mechanical systems and need to be replaced. Item number 20, the domestic water renovation at housing units 1 through 5 for Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center. So if you can imagine the hallway at Women's Correctional Center, there's a main hallway. It's kind of like the main street of the whole facility, goes east and west through the facility. And up above, overhead, are all these different kinds of pipes. There's hydronic pipes, there's electrical pipes, there's water pipes, there's sprinkler pipes, and we have copper pipes hauling the water, transporting the water from one end to the other. And these copper pipes have over time become pitted because of the chemistry in the water. It's just city water. They have become pitted, and so once in a while we get a pinhole leak inside that hallway, and if you can imagine, it just sprays everything because it's under pressure. And so this particular project has been on the ask list for 10 years. And I think it's time that we step up as a state and take care of this problem so that these pipes don't keep leaking, failing, and creating not only a disruption for the facility itself, but a mess to clean up for the maintenance staff. Item number 20. Item 21, HVAC replacement for Casa Grande transitional housing. Again, this particular units, and I think there's, I want to say 19 of them, are at their age limit. They're 15 years old. These are package units. They're basically 5-ton units spread around the campus. Not really industrial central plant type units. They're just regular commercial units. But they need to be replaced. We've currently been on a compressor replacement schedule with these, but that seems to not be enough to keep up with 18. I think there's 18 of these things. So that is a $4 million project, and that will take Casa Grande, the housing units as well as the administration unit, and bring it up to current standards. Item number 22 is the HVAC and kitchen renovation at Jean Camp. This is one of a handful of projects at Jean Camp that we'll be asking for. And this kitchen renovation and the HVAC, it's been years, literally years, since any HVAC has been done there. The last time that we replaced the HVAC in those kitchen units, probably 2005, somewhere in there. The kitchen renovation, the last time that anything was done in the kitchen, to my knowledge, was where we had to tear up the floor and replace the floor drains because they wouldn't drain. So this is beyond those needs. This is in addition to those needs. We're talking about kitchen equipment, talking about mechanical equipment, hoods for the cookers, and so on. So this is roughly a $3.3 million project. And one thing that, you know, Jean sits out there in the middle of the desert south of Las Vegas, about 30 miles or so, and doesn't get a lot of attention because, believe it or not, they take care of it, but it's time to take care of what needs to be taken care of at Jean. Item number 23, or priority 23, is the advanced planning for fiber optic infrastructure at Northern Nevada Central or Correctional Center. Last time in the 23 CIP, we were funded for Southern Desert Correctional Center fiber loop, and that's a really key project, and it's being implemented right now. And so this is a similar project, is taking a fiber loop around the campus, which will increase the capacity, the bandwidth, if you will, for things like cameras, door security, mechanical controls, you name it. Right now, we are tapped out. There is not room in that pipe for another thing. We just completed, or we're in the final stages of completing door controls for units 7, 4, and 5. We don't have any more room. So even if we were funded for doors, we don't have a way to control them. And so this project will give us the backbone that we need to continue our mission out at NNCC. The next item is 24, padded cells upgrade for Northern Nevada Correctional Center. This is in Unit 8, which is the hospital unit for the correctional department. And so inside this, we do have cells that they've been there a long time, probably 25 years. And where the doors need to be replaced, the locks need to be replaced, and the padding inside the cell needs to be redone. Some, as far as I know, I think it might be non-existent. But we're getting more and more patients that need that kind of facility. Item number 25, replace doors and locks and intercoms and controls at NNCC Housing Unit 2. And I'll just say that we have a master plan schedule to replace doors and locks, and we follow that throughout the years. And so when doors and locks usually get into the 20-year range, it's time to replace them. The problem we had at Southern Desert just last year was the doors, the inmates had beat the doors into a convex shape. And the only thing holding that door on was the lock. And so, anyway, there was an emergency project, and 150 doors or something like that are being replaced right now. But it takes time to build these doors and get them. It takes 20 weeks to order one of these doors and get it installed. So it's no easy task, and these are not simple doors that you get from Home Depot. These are detention grade doors that are made for that kind of abuse. Item number 26, priority 26, replacing doors and locks at Housing Unit 3 in NCC. And I'll also take 27, replacing doors and locks and controls at Ely State Prison. Again, both of these projects address the aged-out condition of the doors and locks in those facilities. Number 28 is renovating the rec yards at Northern Nevada Correctional Center. This is adding 8 rec yards to NNCC. 29 is the culinary renovation at Stewart Camp. And this particular camp has not seen a culinary renovation that I can remember. And so this will address not only kitchen equipment that is aged out, but also the mechanical equipment, the hoods and what have you, that are associated with making that culinary function again. Item number 30, constructing a water tank, a second water tank at Ely State Prison. So a few years ago, the department commissioned a study to have all the water tanks in our possession evaluated for fitness for their purpose. And in Ely, that particular tank, which is roughly 600,000 gallons of water and serves the entire Ely campus, the only source of water for Ely campus, started to have what we call micro blisters on the inside. And so it's like tiny little blisters inside the tank. That's the first sign, the first red flag that you got to do something. Because when those blisters start popping, then you've got rust. And then after a couple of years of rust, you're going to have a failed tank. We learned that the hard way at Lovelock Correctional Center about 10 years ago, I'd say, where we actually had a tank, a 1 million gallon tank, fail because it needed to be maintained, and it wasn't, because it was up on the hill and nobody was thinking about it. So this particular request is to ask for a second water tank. That way we will be able to put the second one online while we're fixing the first one, and you'll still have water service to the campus. Plus you'll have an added feature. You'll have the duality of a redundant system. So if one tank goes down, you've still got another one, and you can still deliver water to 1,000 inmates and staff. This strategy worked really well at Indian Springs when we installed water tank, 2A, up there next to High Desert's campus. And so we were able to take one water tank down and fix it because it was leaking like a sieve. And we put the other water tank in service, valved the two together so that you can control one or the other. And now we've got another 1 million gallons up there, which makes me sleep at night, because right now, if the water stopped today, we'd have at least 3 or 4 days worth of water up there instead of 24 hours. Very critical infrastructure project. Item number 31, upgrading the door controls and intercoms at Jean Camp. Again, the Jean Camp to my knowledge, has never had a door upgrade. Item number 32, remodel the shower enclosures at Lovelock Correctional Center. So this particular project and others like it are to take the existing showers, which are 25 years old, and if you can imagine, these showers are made out of stainless steel. It's like a stainless steel phone booth. And over time, they rust. Believe it or not, along the seams, these rust. And they rust themselves out, and then they become a hazard because you could cut your foot on the shards down in the bottom of it. So this particular project will remodel the showers at Lovelock Correctional Center and bring them back up, and it does hit the safety, security, and infrastructure checkboxes. 33, fuel tank pump and replacement at Lovelock. This particular project will remove the tanks that are in the ground right now and replace them with above-ground tanks. This is the fueling center for state vehicles in that area. And currently, the tanks are in the ground. The ground is acidic, and so we're getting a lot of, secondary rust from those. And of course, when you've got leaky tanks that are full of diesel fuel or gasoline, that creates a environmental problem too that needs to be addressed. Item 34 is the cell door renovation at High Desert for housing units 1 and 2 at Lovelock. I think I've probably said enough about cell doors, but nonetheless, an important project. And then item number 35 is the culinary building renovation at NNCC. And so earlier in the presentation, I presented a planning project for NNCC's culinary, for a new culinary at NNCC. Currently, the existing culinary, I don't know why they did this, but underneath the kitchen floor is a 4-foot, basically crawl space under that floor, and it has turned into, for lack of a better word, a cesspool because of broken pipes, the effluent from floor drains and from kitchen sinks has just flooded that area to the point that it's off-gassing methane, right? So this is a real problem. To kind of finish the color of the picture here, the roof, the fans that control the exhaust out of the kitchen hoods failed, and they had to patch those together with duct tape and baling wire. And those keep the carbon monoxide from building up inside the kitchen. Well, we had an incident this past year in the last 9 months where the carbon monoxide was so bad in there that people were getting dizzy and sick. It was a problem. I mean, serious life-threatening problem. So we're asking for some money to fix the problems that we have over there. The department is putting a few Band-Aids on it right now with funds that they have, but it is not a thorough, deep cleansing of the wound that still needs to happen so that that culinary can function for 3 to 4 more years before the new culinary is online. And I have some more pictures for you. So these pictures are underneath that culinary floor, and sorry, they're just disgusting. And so this is the condition of some of our facilities, and are we stewards of the state property or not? We need to ask ourselves that. And then what are we doing to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen again. Okay, where did I get to? Moving on to 36. Hey, I'm almost done with the top 40. Install security cameras at Warm Springs Correctional Center. Item 37 is evaporative cooling replacement at Stewart Camp for housing units 1 through 4. Item 38 is the firing range at Southern Desert, and I'll just comment on that. The department has never had a functional firing range that is state-of-the-art. It's always been a berm in the back of the prison somewhere. And in order to qualify, these officers either have to go to another facility, like, for example, the Clark County one on the east side of Sunrise Mountain, or to another facility in order to really qualify. But we need to do better than that. We need to give them a facility that they can actually be the stewards of, a facility that will have shooting lanes, an armory, a classroom for tactical training, and lead recovery. Because one of the problems we've had in the past is, you get a berm that gets washed away by sun and snow and rain, and then pretty soon all that lead's just sitting there looking at you. And getting it cleaned out of basically a gravel backstop is problematic. Okay. Item number 39. Okay, go ahead.
So on what I explained earlier about our population numbers that are higher felonies and the more violent offenders coming into the prison system and the lower level that we are not getting today, the Warm Springs Correctional Center was actually closed during COVID when they let out quite a number of offenders under release for medical emergencies or whatever the issues were back in COVID, that they did this large number release. They were able to close the Warm Springs Correctional Center. At that time, it was a lower level, medium to minimum security, which had the least amount of security safety concerns. However, like I said, we don't have those type of offenders really coming into the systems today. And with our higher numbers going up and losing bed space and not having enough to house offenders today, we need to reopen the Warm Springs Correctional Center. So it's in our budget bill to reopen the Warm Springs Correctional Center. However, at the time of the opening of it last time, it was made for the lower level, medium to minimum. It's going to be for higher level security offenders. So when you do that, you got to upgrade the fencing and the recreational areas. When you look at the recreational areas at the Warm Springs Correctional Center today, between all the erosion and the waters that created these big holes in the bottom of the fences, we might as well not even have recreational areas because offenders can actually just go from one area to the other pretty quickly, especially if they have to initiate an assault on somebody or have a fight. They all can go underneath the fences and go to the other side pretty fast. And when you had lower, medium to minimum, it wasn't a problem because they wouldn't do that. It was really just for separation, for keeping people from one area to the other, but not keeping them away from those other areas. They never made those fence lines go below the ground. They're all piped above the ground. The erosion happened. There's 1-2 feet of holes underneath these areas. To redo them, they would have to redo the entire bottoms of these fence lines and make them more secure so people can't go from one area to the other. And rodents and everything else played a factor in all that too, digging holes through all those areas. But that's really what this is to incorporate higher security fence for the recreational areas so we can keep people separated from each other when you put higher level, more violent offenders together.
Kent LaFever for the record. I'd like to highlight at least 2 more, and then we'll kind of morph into the larger projects or the less priority projects. And that is the wastewater treatment. This is item 40, the wastewater treatment ponds at Ely State Prison. This is to, I believe, replace the liners and the headworks at that facility. Again, a 25-year-old facility. It might even be older than that, it might be 27. And it's going to improve not only leaking, and there won't be any more leaking of the liner, but it will keep us in compliance with NDEP requirements for water treatment. There is another project that I want to highlight, and that is number 75. I'm just going to forward up to that. And that is right there in the middle of the screen, the emergent maintenance projects for the department. This is a $4.1 million project, and it's going to be modeled after the HECSHEC projects that INSHE has been receiving for 20 years. What this project does is assign dollar amounts to each major institution for emergent projects throughout the year. For example, the mess that we've got over at NNCC right now, it can't be handled right now until a CIP is approved. So here we are throwing Band-Aids at it to keep it alive, but if we had this project, then we could address those things immediately instead of wait for another CIP cycle. The emergent projects would handle things like that. It would handle a broken generator, a broken boiler, a broken air handler, things that can't wait for a 2-year CIP project to come around. When you've got inmates in that facility and they need cold air now, not in 2 years from now. So that project, I would like to request that it be considered in the top 40. The rest of these projects, in the interest of time, the rest of these projects are a lot of the same of what you've already heard. They are showers, they are door locks, they are mechanical units, grease interceptors, and just about everything else you can imagine that can break inside a prison. So the other thing that I'd like to summarize is the statewide projects. And I know that the Department of Administration is going to cover these in depth, but we also have here we go. We have roof replacement requests at various facilities, including Southern Desert Correctional Center, High Desert State Prison, Northern Nevada Correctional Center, Wells Conservation Camp. I put that at the bottom of the list of requests, knowing that it may not be needed if that camp closes. Also, ADA survey of Lovelock Correctional Center, and then fire alarm for the following facilities: NNCC, Lovelock, Casa Grande, and Stewart Camp. And then continuing on maintenance, Lovelock Correctional Center, Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center, Three Lakes Valley Correctional Center, Southern Desert Correctional Center, and High Desert State Prison. So with that, I'll turn it back to the director for closing remarks.
So as we close today, I just think it's important that you realize that even though those that were greater than 40 still will be back here again because we're trying to get more realistic on trying to do the highest priorities at once, even though they're all priorities. When you talk about safety of the offenders, talk about the staff, the community, any type of structure that fails with us could be devastating. And it's not devastating where you can send emergency repairs there and then all of a sudden we're back to normal again. It's when you're talking about life safety, talking about offenders that can have a disturbance at any given time, when you don't have, like what Kent was mentioning, toilets that can't flush food that can't be prepared appropriately, when you have areas that can't be cooled, can't be warmed appropriately, you're looking at potential disturbances statewide. With issues like that, it's going to cost a lot more money to fix those issues with lawsuits and loss of life than it would be to just making sure that we keep these project improvements up to date and keep those challenges away. Like I said, when I first left here in 19, these issues were still the same exact issues back then. It's just they become worse. It becomes worse to the problem where what do we do if we have to close a facility down because we can't? We have nowhere to put them. There's no other facilities in the state. Like I said, we ran out of beds. When you have 1,000 to 3,800 offenders in one facility and you have to shut that facility down, I have no idea what the state's going to do. But I'm just telling you that this is, a lot of these are really more emergent than we're even saying. These capital improvement projects are not only going to be big for the agency, but big for the community as well. Thank you.
Sure, Kevin Lewis for the record. On project number 6, did you guys include a water softener system or treatment system for the water that's carried over the 2 miles that have damaged the fans in the existing cooling system? Or is that taken into account of how it will impact the life of the new system? Because that's part of the problem, right?
Yeah. Kent LaFever for the record. On the breakdown, it does show heating, water, piping modifications. I'm not sure if it goes into water softening. I'm gonna phone a friend.
Yeah, no problem. Kevin Lewis for the system. I believe you said there water was being traveled, or I think it was about 2 miles, up to 2 miles coming in. And part of the problem is the heavy minerals in the water, as well as the water being too warm by the time it gets to the coolers, right? So we've got a multitude of issues prior to cooling off the buildings. So I don't know if that was taken into account, that's all.
Yeah, Brian Walker with State Public Works again for the record. And so that's something I'll follow up with our project managers and engineers that have put this project together. I know putting this together, they have tried to take an all-inclusive overall look of what is needed to do these replacements, but I'll have them look at that again.
Phil Manley for the record. On number 75, I understand the difficulty with the CIP and the biennium. I'm just wondering, are we able to basically give a lump sum dollar amount that then is allocated to each project? And what's the process for those project approvals as they come up in terms of deciding what project gets done and things like that? Because I understand there is a process in place for emergencies that come up that goes to the chair. He approves it, or she, if the time it's a female, then the board ratifies it. So I'm just wondering, it seems like there's already a process in place to do the emergencies. So now we're given $4 million, and then it's just go ahead and use it however you want.
Kent LaFever for the record. So the way this is set up or envisioned is the way that NSHE receives these monies right now, and the way they've been receiving them for years is a hex check setup. So basically, each project, as soon as the session starts, NSHE will put forth a list of projects in priority of what they need, what they think they're going to need in the next 2 years as far as maintenance, whether it's mechanical units or new windows or a new roof or whatever it is. And so this particular project is envisioned that it would be the same way. Now, there would be controls because Public Works is going to be the keeper of the purse, right? And every time something breaks, they're going to be involved. Say, for example, we lose an air handler at NNCC. They're going to be involved in vetting the issue, whether it's something that this can fix, and how much that's going to cost, and who's going to do it. So this still puts the responsibility on Public Works as far as managing the project. So it's not like a blank check. It's more like guided maintenance that can be addressed without waiting for another session.
I want to add a little more to that if I could. Brian Walker again for the record. I think one thing to keep in mind is when we have a project that is identified like as an emergency, that doesn't mean there's always funding available to that. A project like this provides some funds or a placeholder for funds that could be available for an emergency project. I also want to say we use that word emergent intentionally. Not every project is an emergency. There's a statutory basis for that, and that's emergency projects that goes through this board for approval because it bypasses certain other features in NRS 338 to move the project along quicker. So this project would also be available for, that's why I said emergent projects that emerge during the session that we want to do that are not necessarily require an emergency. Sometimes with these sort of projects, yes, it is open-ended, and I know going through the legislative session, sometimes they'll ask for controls or feedback or reporting from State Public Works as they're moving through that, just to make sure that we're doing what we said we were going to do. Certainly when we would start an emergent project up with this, we always talk with our leadership at the state and get approval moving ahead with it too.
Thanks, yeah, because candidly, that's some of the concern is that there are no checks and balances, and that doesn't go through the kind of process, and it's $4 million now, and next biennium, maybe it's 10 or whatever, and could continue to grow, and there are, checks and balances and processes and procedures for a reason, so that was part of the concern, so I was glad to hear that those are still in place for this funding.
There are no other questions. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. getting started. I know we're a few minutes ahead of schedule, so. So this is.
I heard you say we're ahead of schedule. Should we push on, or would you like to wait a little while and digest that last presentation?
I'd like to give that option to you.
I think we're ready, if you're ready.
Great, thank you.
Hello, my name is Stacy Montooth. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada Department of Native American Affairs. I'm also a citizen of the Walker River Paiute Nation. I want to start my presentation today by just thanking you all. Boy, this is tough work. I appreciate your commitment to state service. I know you have a tough job ahead. Having said that, I want to start out with what's new. Some of you I've spoken to, some of I'm just meeting you for the first time. It's important that you know we are now the Department of Native American Affairs. So we have a new name. I want to share with you that we have the complete support of the governor, of the legislature, and of course of our tribal leaders. We have uncoupled, if you will, from the Department of Tourism. One constant, however, is our mission, right? Since 1965, when our agency was established, we were created to improve the quality of life for the 28 federally recognized tribal nations, bands, and colonies, as well as about 62,000 urban Indians who make Nevada their second home. So before I move on with my presentation, may I ask how many of you have been to the Nevada Stewart facility? Okay, 3. And of the 3 of you, have you been to our cultural center and museum? Okay, 1, all right.
Yeah.
Batting 300, 1 out of 3, not too bad. The first rule of public speaking, right? Know your audience. So it's really important for me to know that. So I really want to give you, those of you who aren't familiar with the property, a little bit of background. So if you'll bear with me, I'm going to read from my written remarks because this is so important. I don't want to leave anything out. From 1890 to 1980, the United States federal government operated the Stewart Indian Boarding School to assimilate, often violently, American Indian children into mainstream America. For over 90 years, more than 20,300 Native children from over 200 tribal nations were sent to Stewart to learn trade skills and basic academics. There were more than 523 government-funded Indian boarding schools across the United States in the 19th and 20th centuries. In the mid-20th century, most of these schools shut down due to reports of neglect and abuse, and in 1982, the federal government transferred ownership of half of the original Stewart Indian School campus. That's around 110 acres, 65 buildings. It was transferred to the state of Nevada. This property is just 4 miles from where we are right now, is now known as the State of Nevada Stewart Facility. In 2019, then the Nevada Indian Commission created the Stewart Master Plan, which was adopted by its board of directors and endorsed by our tribal nations. One of the few remaining intact Indian boarding schools in the entire country, the campus is even more unique because of the stone buildings. These were rocks that were locally quarried, and they were adhered by our male students, by our relatives. Next slide. Thank you. So, briefly, I'd like to share with you my background information and explain to you why this is so important to me personally. For complete transparency, know that I am not objective and I am very passionate when it comes to the preservation of this land and these buildings. My family has been connected to Stewart since 1929, when at 4 years old, my grandmother was stolen from her family and from our land. She was sent to Stewart. That's where she grew up. During this Indian boarding school era, the mission was kill the Indian, save the man. Every day when I sit at my desk, I can see the dormitories where my grandmother lived. Stewart really was her home. I am passionate about my work, and I always recall I was appointed by the highest elected official in Nevada to do exactly opposite of what the federal government tried to do. While the federal government was intent on destroying my relatives, our culture, my job today is exactly opposite. I'm here to improve the quality of life for our people. Let's fast forward to today. I'd like to just give you a few facts about Stewart. So this photograph, this image shows an aerial view. It's 100+ acres. There are currently 7 Nevada offices that are headquartered or have a branch office out at the facility. There's also a local charity that actually has its headquarters there as well, an active church, and just across the street, there are 20 brand new houses that are being built by the Washoe Nation for the Stewart community. They have a ribbon cutting set for next week. This is the location of cadet graduations. Those are postgraduates. All branches of Nevada state, county, city law enforcement use the campus for training. We have an annual powwow. There are youth sports that use our facilities for indoor and outdoor practices and training. And then my predecessor created a phenomenal audio cell phone tour. People can walk throughout the campus with their cell phones. They can hear stories directly from our elders discussing their experience at Stewart. I also want to share with you that since January of 2020, we've had over 20,000 visitors to our cultural center and museum. So I want to implore you to make sure that you note that this land, the history, it impacts all of the original people of this Great Basin area. The intergenerational trauma, it manifests itself differently in all of our relatives, but make no doubt, the Numa, the Nui, the Nuwu, the Washishishu, we're all direct descendants of this land. So with the next 12 slides, I hope to convince you why these 5 capital improvement projects deserve your attention. So first, this slide, it's the bakery building. We want it to be restored to be a repository. Since our cultural center has been so well received, we are already running out of room after just 5 years. As a trusted institution, as relatives, tribal citizens, former employees, private and public entities, they've already donated over 650 items since we opened. These are photos, these are baskets, these are documents, all of these treasures. Sometimes people refer to these as their family heirlooms. That's what they certainly are to us. And we could possibly be on the receiving end of these for safekeeping should the bakery building be restored. One of the other reasons, not just the bakery building, but all of the projects that I'm going to outline really deserve your attention, is because of the success that's already taken place at the Stewart facility. When the school abruptly closed in 1980, about half of the items, and that's written records, classroom items, art projects, all the everyday items that students used at this boarding school, they were all, my words, confiscated by the federal government. Since then, we have a commitment from the Bureau of Indian Affairs to return these pieces as soon as the Stewart Indian School Cultural Center and Museum has an appropriate repository, and that certainly can happen. I want to mention that in 2017, it was a successful CIP project that we rehabilitated the former administrative building, and that's what became our cultural center. The former post office became our welcome center, and it also serves as our gift shop. It is really the jewel of the entire campus. This is likely new information for this board, especially those of you that haven't been to Stewart. I've included on this slide a highlighted area of a legal document that the state signed when this property was transferred in the mid-'80s. I actually brought the entire quitclaim deed with me, and if you will allow me, I just want to read this one paragraph. Know that I am not a lawyer. If at any time the Secretary of Interior determines that the grantee has failed to observe any provisions or conditions of this deed or the aforesaid act of Congress, and that any such failure has continued for at least 1 year, you all probably know the Secretary of Interior is a woman now, so she may declare a forfeiture of this entire conveyance, and the whole title hereby conveyed shall therefore be reverted to the United States. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I think that means that the feds can take this property if we don't meet the Secretary's standards. The Secretary's standards, if you're not familiar with them, it's a massive 2-volume document, 241 pages. There's 4 treatment standards and 10 standards for rehabilitation. I also included on this slide the State Historic Preservation Officer's logo. We work hand in hand with the SHPO for any kind of upkeep, restorations, anything that has to do with the original preservation of the campus. So again, I want to use the next few slides just to make sure that you understand a little bit about these final 4 projects. And if you don't mind, I'd really rather not, I want to stray from written report or my written remarks, and I'd just like to run through these slides and explain the uniqueness of these additional projects. So we're asking for your funding on this project. This is the old gym, and I've included some historical photos here. I had mentioned that all the buildings, I believe there are 69 rock buildings at the campus, and these were done by our students. You can see that's reflected in that top photo, the bottom photo, and the photo to the right. That's what the Stewart Gym looks like right now. In fact, over Father's Day, we had the facility open. We let our elders and all of our families take a look. We were gathering information on how they want that building to be restored. I also want to note on the right, that really is a poster for a movie. In fact, Dr. Merton Runningwolf, communications professor at the University of Nevada, used the inside of our building to film an award-winning documentary. That's really important because thanks to the legislature, a bill that was driven by Minority Leader P.K. O'Neill, we now have a process in place that creates the potential for revenue streams for some of the buildings at our campus. As the coordinating agency, we can actually lease or rent out our facilities. Having that movie was just a perfect example of the potential. Another one of the projects that we really want you to pay some deep consideration to is lighting the quad. This is an extremely beautiful grassy area, right? Every campus needs to have a quad. We'd like you to help us with lighting, not just for safety, not for night use, though people could enjoy the audio trail later into the evening with our lighted quad. But this would actually reduce cost for my agency. Annually, as this photo reflects, we host the Stewart Father's Day Powwow. It brings thousands of people to campus over 3 days. Currently, we have to rent lights. Our grand entry, which this is a reflection of, takes place at 7 o'clock in June. By the end of the night, when all the dancing is done, it's pitch black. So we rent lights. We also rent a generator. So permanent lights would be a big cost savings to my agency. Another project is our entrance. I wanted to make sure you all saw an image of what greets the over 350 Nevada State workers when they come to the campus in the morning, as well as those thousands of visitors who either come to our campus for cultural events or for any other special activities. We're using a hand-painted sign. It's on lumber. You can see it was sort of fashioned to make a larger lighted sign. It's absolutely outlived its usefulness. When you consider, again, that we're supposed to be adhering to the Secretary of Interior standards for the campus, I'm not honestly sure how this one snuck by. I've been with the state for 5 years, and I had the privilege of working with some of the architects at state public buildings, and they have some fantastic ideas on how to restore the original monument, not a sign, the original monument that will greet all of our visitors and really give the school the opening act, if you will, the prominence that it really deserves, considering the long, long legacy of this property. And of course, our final project, you all probably are familiar with this. This is our auditorium. All of the things that I've said about the other projects certainly apply here. Usable space, it would enhance our programming. In fact, the city of Carson included in their master plan that they need a theater with something with permanent seating about the size of our auditorium to include community activities. Again, I want to remind you of the opportunity that we have for revenue streams. If we could lease this restored auditorium out to the Wild Horse Theater Company here in town, that would not just benefit the community in arts, but it would add a little bit of revenue back to our budget. I also want to tell you, again, I'm very passionate about my job specific to the auditorium. If you sit down and talk to a handful of our elders, most of them are going to have really fond memories about the auditorium. It was one of the few sites at the Stewart campus in which our relatives were allowed to all be together at once. And for some of us, for my grandma, that meant that she could actually see her male cousins, that she could see some of her other siblings. That wasn't allowed during the regular routine of the campus. So if we could put a value on fond memories, the auditorium would be worth $1 billion. The takeaway from today, again, I was able to have the opportunity to share about the history of the property. It truly is sacred land to the over 80,000 Native Americans that are in the Great Basin area. Please remember that we are legally bound to comply with the Secretary's standards. And for me, again, appointed by the governor, by restoring these 5 projects, by helping us with capital improvement funds, you help my agency meet its mission to improve the quality of life for all of the First People of this land. I need to share with you that all of these slides, these updated slides, will be made available to you electronically through Buildings and Grounds. Here's my contact information. One more. Sometimes I have the best questions the next day in the shower or when I'm driving down Carson Street, so don't hesitate to contact me, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have or comments.
Phil Manley for the record, just thank you. That was a really great presentation, and I can see you're very passionate about it, so thank you for all your efforts.
Pisha. Mr. Chair?
Roy Walker for the record. The priority that you have listed, 1 through the end, is that your priority if you got just a hypothetical 75% of what you asked for? Is that still, you would start at the top and go to the bottom, or would it be a cherry picking process?
Nope, the priority is those that I've, in the order I outlined and in the order that Brian has provided you in the written descriptions. We could use the space immediately. I understand it takes a little while to build things, but we did include the monument and the quad lights because those are things that would make an immediate impact. We're ready to expand our programs with the auditorium, with the gym, with the potential repository, but we're doing okay. But we would absolutely take full advantage if all of the projects were funded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Hand for the record. Again, thank you for your presentation. I grew up here in Carson City and spent a fair amount of time out at Stewart as a kid and went to church with my mother out there frequently. So again, I have great appreciation for this facility and your passion for keeping it going. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you. Stacy Montooth, for the record, and I want to make sure and underscore that you are all invited to the campus any day of the week. I have keys. We can go into any building Saturday, Sunday, whenever your schedule allows. So please come and visit us. Thank you.
We're going to take a very brief recess. Thank you. Member Hand for the record. Thank you for allowing us to take a brief pause there. The floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. My name is Dominic Etchegoyen. I am one of 2 deputy directors for the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. As I'm sure you know, we are a broad, multifaceted department. We've got 8 separate divisions and 3 programs that really do a lot of different work, and it does all align in that it is natural resource work. Our collective mission is to protect, manage, and enhance Nevada's natural, cultural, and recreational resources. But because of the breadth of that work, it takes us all across the entire state of Nevada. We have over 800 employees. We have at least 73 different duty locations, as well as numerous structures and other facilities associated with those duty locations. And so, we're here today to talk about the most important projects that we have, although we've got a list of, that's a lot longer, 40 or more projects. On this presentation, you'll see 21. We're only going to talk about the top 15 priorities. But we're doing the best we can with what we've got, and we're just here to ask for a little help from you. So first, we're going to skip over these. These are just the list of the projects we're going to go through. We're going to talk about a very important project that has to do with one of the dams that is state-owned. This is managed and operated by the Nevada Division of Water Resources, and thankfully I have staff to help me today, and I'm going to turn this over to Cheyenne.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Cheyenne Lawrence. I'm a Staff 2 engineer with the Nevada Division of Water Resources Dam Safety Section. And I'm here to talk to you about a project related to the dam that we own and operate out near Spring Creek, Nevada. Some of you may have been there. This is in reference to South Fork Reservoir and Dam. We, as a state, have had ownership of the dam, or Division of Water Resources has had ownership of the dam since about 1988. It was transferred to us from Elko County soon after construction. And today I wanted to talk to you about our project related to some of our outlet works at the dam. So South Fork Dam is an 85-foot tall earthen embankment structure. It has a low-level outlet works that is comprised of 2 48-inch conduits. It also has a concrete service spillway. And those 2 structures in particular are the ones that I wanted to talk to you about today. So first and foremost, the low-level outlet gates. We conducted a dive inspection in December of last year. We tried to do dive inspections of these outlet works on a 5 to 10 year interval. We want to get on the 5-year interval cycle in the forthcoming years. So we conducted a dive inspection in December and found that because the outlet works are controlled by an intake tower that is submerged all of the time, and then water flows down into 2 sluice gates that control flow into the 2 conduits. So in particular, we were looking at the integrity of those sluice gates. They are 5 foot by 5 foot sluice gates, and we found in the dive inspection that there had been significant wear and tear to the keys within the tracks of those sluice gates due to harmonic vibration over the life cycle of those gates. When our operators operate the low-level conduits, those sluice gates usually work in an fully open or fully closed position, and then we control the flows a little more intricately with our downstream cone valves. So when we operate releases through the cone valves, our operators can hear clanging from the dam house, from the operator house. They can hear those sluice gates kind of clanging back and forth within the tracks. And so we believe that over the years, that vibration, as we've operated those conduits, has significantly worn down the tracks or the keys within the tracks of those sluice gates. And we found that on the dive footage as well. So apart from that, also related to the low-level sluice gates, the dive inspection found that we had some missing hardware on one of the gates. It appeared on the dive inspection as though we have a guard box that guards our hydraulic lines for the hydraulic ram that powers the gates. And a portion of that had been sheared off, and our operator found it in the downstream channel. This was about a year or so ago, or maybe a couple years ago. So the flow conditions within those, within that intake tower, I think over the years, and the harmonic vibrations have damaged the gates such that we're looking for a replacement of those. Moving on to our concrete service spillway, I also mentioned. That is essentially our secondary way of releasing water. If the water level gets high enough, which it usually is high enough to be at the spillway, that service spillway level, we have a 20-foot by 13-foot spillway roller gate that we use to release flows. The design height that was originally intended to be open to is about 12 feet, and we currently open it to maybe about 4.5 to 5 feet max right now. So the reason for that being is that if it's operated at about 6 to 7 feet, it binds in the tracks and we can't raise it anymore. So we're not exactly sure why that is. We would probably need some kind of investigation along with the project, or reconstruction project, to determine why we can't open the spillway gate fully. Some theories are that maybe our training walls are leaning inward and binding at the top there. That's just something that's been thrown out there. We would just need some kind of a thorough inspection and investigation to determine what the cause of that binding is, whether it's mechanical or if there is a structural issue with the retaining or the training walls. So that's kind of the quick summary of the project that I wanted to present to you today on behalf of DWR. I can't emphasize enough the importance of having a fully functional outlet work system for this dam. It's not only important from a life safety perspective. This dam is classified as a high hazard structure. Within our administrative code, that means that a full and complete breach would have a high probability of causing a loss of human life, not only to recreators, but also severe property damage to the town of Carlin and places upstream as well. So not only that, just from a water rights standpoint as well and a delivery standpoint, this is on the Humboldt River system, and so just being able to accurately and efficiently release water is important for that system as well.
Thank you, Cheyenne. Do you have any questions?
Hi, Joy Grimmer for the record. How would this affect the community around it? Like, how long would things be shut down, that type of thing? Can you go over that?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Cheyenne Lawrence for the record. So the goal with these construction projects would be to not dewater the reservoir. So part of this project would be, like we've done in similar projects, or I shouldn't say similar projects, but in maintenance work within the conduits, we have the intake tower has plugs that we can actually use to dewater just the intake tower. And so we would be looking to maintain the reservoir level, maintain water in the reservoir, especially for that low-level intake structure project, just to minimize any recreational impacts and just, yeah, maintain that integrity of the reservoir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, again, Dominic Etchegoyen. As you can see, we believe all of our projects are important, but as you can see, this one is particularly unique in its importance. Thank you, Cheyenne. Next, I'm going to talk about the Richard Bryan Building, which is our main headquarters for the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources here in Carson City. I'm going to turn it over in a minute to Jason from our Division of Environmental Protection, but I'm first going to talk about the parking aspect of it, because this is more of a department issue rather than the DEP issue that we're also trying to resolve with the storage and the cleaning bay space. But this building is fairly new. It was constructed about 20 years ago. We've always had parking challenges, even before my time. I've only been here 7 to 8 years. My understanding from what I've heard is that when it was originally designed and planned, the thought was that we were primarily a resources agency. A lot of our staff would ride the bus, a lot of our staff would ride bikes, a lot of our staff would carpool. While that may be true, a lot of our staff do all those things. A lot of them also drive cars. And so we were at capacity from day one. And that capacity has continued to be challenged over time as we have hired more employees and built more cubicles and increased the number of staff that we have in our building. I also mentioned earlier the resources work that we do across the state. That requires a number of state-owned vehicles. So a lot of the building parking space capacity is used by our state-owned vehicles. So we need to expand our existing parking lot. On the east and the south side of the building, we do have a temporary parking lot. Even that has been insufficient, so we need that to become permanent, and we need to expand that. We often don't have room for visitors of members of the public who are visiting our facility. We are open to the public. They come in for permitting needs, whether it's with the Division of Environmental Protection or Division of Water Resources. We are selling park passes to members of the public who want to go visit our parks. So every day we have a lot of members of the public who are coming through, and it's become challenging to ensure that they've got a place to park that is really accessible. We have employees who are parking sometimes across the street at NDOT if there is parking available there, along other nearby and adjacent roads, and this does become a safety issue for us. Just 2 years ago, we had an employee who was struck and killed crossing Little Lane, and that was not the employee's fault. It was definitely a reckless driver's fault. But you can see that this becomes a real risk if we don't have safe parking right around our building. So that's one of the things that we would like you to consider. But for the rest of the project, I'm going to turn this over to Jason from DEP to describe those needs.
Thank you, Dominique. Thank you, committee, for having me. My name is Jason Kuchnicki. For the record, I'm the chief of the Bureau of Water Quality Planning at the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. I'm fortunate enough to have one of the corner offices at the Bryan Building, and I can see the folks who arrive at about 8 a.m., a little after 8 a.m., and they drive around, and I see them drive around to the where the agency vehicles are supposed to be parked, and then lo and behold, here they come back around and probably park in the visitor spot. Oops, don't tell anybody. So it is a real issue, but what I'm here to talk about is a storage facility that our Bureau needs. What we do at the Bureau of Water Quality Planning is we implement activities that are required by the Clean Water Act. That includes setting standards for the surface water bodies across the state, as well as monitoring and assessment of those water bodies. And as such, we have a variety of vehicles and equipment that we own to implement a variety of monitoring programs that we have to assess the physical, biological, and chemical integrity of the state's waters. We have a boat that's more of like a rowboat right now with a trailer. We also have 2 ATVs also with a trailer. And that boat, like I said, is more of a rowboat. So we are currently, it's a safety issue, especially, in the afternoons in Nevada. The winds pick up and, you get blown all over the place. So we are currently approved for a new boat with a trailer for fiscal year 25 to address those safety concerns. And we are putting in our budget build for a tracked utility task vehicle for the next biennium, 26-27. It's a more appropriate tool for the job compared to the ATVs, which are becoming old and more of a maintenance liability. Our trucks just aren't the right tool to use to sample in the wintertime. We've had a couple of times where we've gotten stuck and had to call the sheriff and has resulted in a couple hefty bills to get towed out of there. So this and a variety of other monitoring equipment is stored currently at the Carson City Airport, where we are leasing a hangar for a very reasonable rate. However, this is a safety issue. This is an airport. There are airplanes that are taxiing through there. You know, we have our folks who are primarily in the hangars, but they're hooking up equipment, hooking up those trailers. And, you know, it's probably not a matter of if there's going to be an accident, but when. There's also a concern that people might start asking questions. Staff have reported seeing some looks from folks. What are these people doing here in this airport? Is this really airport related? So there are some concerns of potentially, you know, somebody digging deeper and you know, maybe we would not be able to occupy that space in the future. Finally, it's inefficient for staff to travel back and forth from our Bryan building over to there. You know, 2 staff members typically go out monitoring a round trip. You know, that's going to be about 20-25 minutes. So, you know, that's pretty costly. That's like $100-$150 a round trip to go out to the hangar just to take care of some monitoring equipment or make sure it's plugged in, to get ready for the next day going out in the field. So what we're requesting is a new 3,000-foot storage facility to house these vehicles and this monitoring equipment that's located in proximity to the Bryan building, right over on Stewart Street. And what our needs are we'd like an indoor facility to protect from the elements and also from vandalism. We're requesting roll-up doors, preferably pull-through for ease of hitching up and de-hitching the trailers. A concrete or asphalt pad would be preferred. Power is essential. We have batteries and other things that we need to charge up and monitor for the monitoring equipment. Water is essential, and we're requesting an adjacent wash facility to decontaminate our vehicles and equipment from aquatic and terrestrial invasive species. Climate-controlled office is a nice to have because we do have laboratory equipment that is currently in the Bryan building that could potentially be moved out there. It would be nice to have a one-stop shop. And then a restroom facility is optional, but definitely an eye and hand wash station is necessary to address health and safety concerns because staff is handling chemicals in that space. And so, yeah, once again, I'll just say the ramifications of this are, we actually just signed I think a 3-year lease. We did cost out, similar facilities, and it was really, really expensive. So if we weren't able to have the hangar right now, it would probably cost about $25,000 to $30,000 per year for us to rent another facility, which our grants are about $3 million. So it's quite a big amount relative to the amount of money that we get from our federal grants. So it really cuts into the amount of work that we can accomplish. And then lastly, I'd just like to reemphasize that it is a safety concern being out at the hangar right now. So really appreciate your consideration with this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Jason? Okay, we're going to make a quick switch out here. We're going to bring staff up from our other divisions for our next projects. And if you don't mind, I'm going to add a chair also so we can have 4 of us at the table. We have Janice here from our Nevada Division of State Parks, our Deputy Administrator.
Hi, thanks for having me. Janice Keeler, Deputy Administrator for State Parks. I oversee the planning and development of our state parks. And I just would like to present our top CIP projects for the next biennium. Our number one request is advanced planning for the Tahoe Region Complex, and it would be where the old Clear Creek Youth Camp used to be, up in between Tahoe and Carson City off of Highway 50. So this project would provide design through construction, documents for a Tahoe Region office complex to include office space, residential housing, maintenance shops, and a park and ride mobility hub. So we have 4 regions within Nevada State Parks. We have the Southern, Western, Eastern, and Tahoe. Tahoe is the only one without a main office. And we also do not have enough housing for our staff. We typically are probably about 50%, we have about 50% of our seasonal staffs filled every year because there aren't enough places for people to live up there. It's actually pretty expensive in Tahoe for a seasonal to find a place to live. So we remain without enough staff. So we think that creating the staff housing at the Tahoe Region Complex would alleviate some of that problem. It would also provide permanent housing for some of our permanent rangers who currently don't have a place to live. We just finished building the Spooner Visitor Center, and we're in the process of planning a visitor center for Van Sickle. So our staffing needs are going to increase, which is going to require us to have, of course, the Tahoe Region office in place, which would include the maintenance and shop for all of our vehicles, and at least 12 seasonal housing for our seasonal staff. And we are also requesting more staff for Sand Harbor in particular. We are typically short-staffed there every year, and our office staff end up going up there on the weekends to help out because it's so busy. I was up there a few weeks ago helping, and so it's a big need. The Clear Creek Youth Camp is a great location because it's out of the basin, which would not require coverage. So I don't know if you're familiar with the coverage requirements. If you're building within the basin, any development requires coverage. And so you have to take it out of our banked coverage. And if there's not enough, we can't actually develop. So having it out of the basin is an advantage. And it's actually pretty centrally located so that Carson City office staff can access it as well as Tahoe staff. In addition to the region office, we want to put in a mobility hub, a park and ride mobility hub, which would reduce the number of people driving into the basin. Right now, if you've ever been up there, you see the people driving, parking on the side of Highway 28, and it's extremely crowded. So one of our goals is to be able to have staff parking at the mobility hub and then take public transit up into the basin, which would save a lot of issues with the overcrowding. Let's see. So if this project weren't funded, we would continue to not have a region office. Tahoe staff are currently using the Spooner office, which is not ideal. We're going to be needing additional space for administrators, accounting staff, in addition to more rangers. We currently have a lot of problems hiring and retaining employees, so having the staff housing would alleviate a lot of those problems because we'd have a place for the staff to live. They wouldn't have to try to find a place in Tahoe with, it is currently pretty unaffordable. And it would alleviate a lot of the upcoming issues with the staff that we're asking for who will also not have a place to live. So I'm happy to answer any questions on this one.
Thank you. And we're going to turn it over to our Division of Forestry, State Forester, Fire Warden, Casey Casey.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Casey Casey. Oh, this one's loud. Or maybe I'm loud. Casey Casey for the record. The first of our priorities is a forestry office and industrial shop in Ely, Nevada. As many of you are probably aware, we transitioned out of the conservation camp crews there with the loss of the inmate workers. We have been transitioning to a type 2 IA, so that's initial attack fire crew. It's a fire and fuels crew full-time in that area. Our current facilities are unable to house those humans, so we are looking to increase. We have a shop The shop is, we own and operate about 510 pieces of equipment across the state. That includes crew carriers, chippers, track chippers, masticators, trucks, trailers, all kinds of things. And so we have these mechanic shops to try to fix them. But you can see in the photo that they don't fit in our current bays. Our crew carriers do not fit inside, so they have to be worked on outside, which causes a few issues when you're looking at making it work. So we would like to reconstruct both the mechanic shop, and then on the side outside of this picture, we have a single wide trailer that's been hauled on and is on blocks currently. It is not permanently secured, which is where our staff work from. And we have increased the number of staff that have to go into this facility as we lost the camp facility. So we need to actually build a permanent location for those crews that we're now housing out of this location. I think I'm next as well with the fire station addition in Spring Creek. NDF owned and operated 2 fire stations in Spring Creek when we used to be all risk for the county under NRS 473. We handed those back over and we moved into the Elko office at 911 Falcon Lane. This request is to put us back into one of our fire stations. One of them has been demolished, and that property is going to likely be disposed of in the Spring Creek Homeowners Association. We are looking to, this is just outside, repopulate this fire station, as many of our fire starts are in that Spring Creek area and up into Lamoille Canyon and the Rubies. And we want to make sure that our response time is quicker to wildland fires. From our office, it's about 45 minutes away. So we would like to restaff this facility. However, it's fairly dilapidated from many, many years of not residing here. We did tear down, or we have been approved to CIP to actually demolish the home that's on site and create 3 trailer pads so that our staff could stay there with trailers if they wanted to. So what we're asking for, and that's already approved and should be breaking ground here sometime this fall, what we're asking to do is create a small office facility. Once this bay gets updated and we put our engines in there for response, we'll need an office facility for the firefighters who will report there every day.
Janice Keeler, State Parks Deputy Administrator. So our next project is the building weatherization and envelope protection at Spring Mountain Ranch State Park. And this would be phase 2 of a previous project for the advanced planning. So this would provide design through construction documents for architectural and engineering repairs of the historic buildings at Spring Mountain Ranch State Parks. The buildings included for rehabilitation have already been prioritized in the 19-P10 programming. So that project included 17 buildings. This one would only include 16 because we already rehabilitated the spring house, which was falling down. And so that was something we didn't want to lose. So we've already completed that work, and we had the punch walk yesterday, and it's looking great. So this project would be for drawings and recommendations for the sequencing of future repairs to keep water, sand, and debris from entering the buildings, protect the siding and wood framing. The buildings on the site date from 1870 to 2005, and it's one of our very popular parks in southern Nevada. It attracts about 260,000 visitors annually. So currently there's leaking roofs, which allow water intrusion and which can eventually cause potential failure of the buildings. And so in order to protect these historic buildings, we would like to continue with this project and get the project designed through construction documents.
It's back to me. Casey again for the record. This is an advanced planning request for our Western Region headquarters building located in Washoe Valley. This is where our fire and forester staff and our camp staff all are housed out of the Western Region. The state is large, so we've broken it up into 3 regions. We have 3 regional facilities. I don't know how Rick picked these pictures because it looks like they used Photoshop and they actually look nice. But they are not, I assure you, this nice. The paint is peeling, the sides falling off, all things bad are happening. As you might be aware, we did have an approval of a new apparatus bay. We have more fire engines than we have had historically and more fire staff. And we do not have bays for that equipment right now. They're sitting outside in the weather. And so we did have the approval of a construction of, we actually originally wanted to add on to this facility, but because of the age and the condition of this facility, it can't be added on to. It just needs, so it's a new standing facility off to the side. That was a 2023 approved CIP. They have not broken construction for that, so that could be added into this. If you guys wanted to do that, it would make more sense to build this whole thing together than to piecemeal it. But if you want to construct, go forth. So what we're asking to replace is all of our facilities out here. We live on a large parcel of land. We have our Western Region facility right next door. We have a seed bank to store native and adapted seeds collected, used for rehabilitation and fire projects and fuels projects across the state. And we have our state tree nursery where we're producing plant seedlings for restoration and rehabilitation purposes. So this would create a facility out there that could house all of our staff. We're maxed out in office spaces. We actually did have to move our new fire crew that we built over to the Bowers Station when we received that back from the county, just to put them in a safe facility. So this would increase our ability to keep staff there. And our current deferred maintenance list is very, very long. We've had to replace multiple items in this facility. So ultimately, over time, save ourselves money on a newer facility and hopefully maintain it better over time.
Again, for the record, Dominic Etchegoyen. This next project is also advanced planning. And while this is primarily to be used as a division of forestry headquarters, I also want to point out that this is an opportunity for the department as a whole to consolidate our resources that are currently existing or could be existing in the Elko region. We do have another division of water resources that is currently leasing space. They have about 10-ish employees in that facility. We have a conservation district program employee who is borrowing space with the Division of Forestry through a shared office. We also have the opportunity, currently our Division of Environmental Protection does spend quite a bit of time in the Elko area doing permitting and such. The opportunity in the future to have either permanent permitting staff who are living in and supporting Elko, or have office space that they can use when they are visiting the Elko region. Bringing all of those resources together under one roof really helps us manage our teams better. And although they are separate divisions, there are a lot of areas where their missions overlap, and having that ability to communicate and work together better, that'll help us manage the resources, that'll help us serve the public. I did want to point out that this has been an existing ongoing need. We did look around for commercial lease space. Elko just happens to be a very challenging area to find any available space, so we're unsuccessful at that. We also had planned in the past with a joint planning effort with the Department of Wildlife to construct a facility in Elko. That facility, as you probably know, was constructed. Unfortunately, NDOW had a lot of need in that region, and they were able to use that facility to full capacity. It's my understanding that they might also now have new needs as well. So this is it could be a campus, a natural resources campus. It's adjacent to the existing facilities we have with Division of Forestry. It's adjacent to NDOW's facility. So it is really a prime location to put in a new headquarters for our Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. But Casey, are there things you want to speak about specifically to Division of Forestry?
The only thing I would add is we are at max capacity with the facility here. We did build a new Type 2IA fire and fuels crew in Carlin. We are still housed in the Carlin camp alongside, DOC is still there. However, our time is limited probably in the Carlin camp. And so when we move that crew, we're going to need space for them in this facility, which they could not fit there right now. We have the same mechanical issues with the The facilities are small. They don't fit our crew carriers inside for mechanical fixing. And this actual footprint in Elko does become our headquarters when we are pre-positioning all of our fire assets, when we know that we're going to get a thunder storm outbreak and we're going to have some dry lightning. We have a helicopter pad here. We have all of our staff mobilized up so that we're there to respond. And sometimes it's federal, state, and local government staff all headquartering here. And this facility, as it is much too small to house those as we start to surge in capacity.
Janice Keeler for the record. Our next project is the restroom replacement and shower facility at Wild Horse State Recreation Area. So this project would remove and replace the existing bathroom at the campground at Wild Horse. It's currently 44 years old. It's a vault toilet, and nobody likes those anymore. And so we want to replace it with a fabricated restroom and shower building so that we could have running water now and people can take showers at the campground, which is, a lot of times people want to do that but aren't able to. So we anticipate the new facility will increase use of the park and generate additional revenue for the park. And the current restroom does not meet ADA standards, so this new one would meet ADA standards. And
This is the last you're going to hear from me, and I'm not going to talk about restrooms, which it does say at the top of this. I don't know why, but this is the last of ours. So Casey again for the record. This is a parking access road into our Las Vegas nursery. Our Las Vegas nursery used to be well outside of town in Las Vegas, and now is dead in the center of Floyd Lamb State, or I think it's a county park, Floyd Lamb Park. It has a dirt access road. It has had, we are in the wash, so it continuously washes, and that causes damage to vehicles as they're coming in to visit our nursery. So we are requesting not only for that, but also for ADA standards to pave that driveway and a parking lot going into our nursery facility.
okay, this is another restroom replacement at Wild Horse State Recreation Area. This one is in the day-use boat ramp area, and this one is also 44 years old and does not meet ADA standards. And so we would replace this one with a prefabricated restroom with running water. Okay, the next project is to construct flood control improvements at Cathedral Gorge State Park. There was a severe thunderstorm event in 2018 that did a lot of damage to the park. And we got funding from risk management to do the repairs, but they only repair back to what the conditions were beforehand, which did not include improvements that would protect the campgrounds. And so this piece of this project would be additional improvements to include putting riprap on the berm to protect the campgrounds at Cathedral Gorge. One of the safety risks of not doing this project could be additional damage to the park facilities and visitors' property and potential injury and or death. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, our next project is a comfort station upgrade at Fort Churchill State Park. And this will take place at the RV campground and day use area. The comfort stations are also outdated, not meeting visitor expectation, and we've been requesting this project every session since 2017. The comfort station at the RV campground would contain 4 ADA compliant restrooms, 2 standard restrooms, 4 ADA compliant showers, and a separate 2-stall ADA compliant restroom. The comfort stations at the day use area would contain 2 ADA compliant restrooms. This would be connected to an existing water well near the site and a septic leach field. And so this would also remove vault toilets out of our state park systems and bring more modern facilities to our visitors. This next one is for an office building at Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park. This would be for design and construction of a 1,400 square foot office building for park ranger and staff at Berlin Ichthyosaur. We currently are using a historic building as our main office, which is not working out very well. It is from 1896. The building is not weather tight or rodent proof, and so there is a lot of dirt, dust, rodents in the building, and it does not meet ADA standards. So this is a very popular park, and we feel it warrants a visitor center that provides a point of contact for visitors as they go into the park, providing information, a safe place for our staff to work, and not be exposed to the conditions. And in fact, we had our budget presentations in this building in March, and it was so cold, we were all wearing our coats, and we could feel the breeze through the side of the building. And so it was actually a good place to have the budget presentation, because we were experiencing firsthand why we needed an actual office for Berlin.
And if I could interject, again, Dominique Etchegoyen for the record. I mean, this is really a unique request. This is a ghost town that we are operating. This building was formerly vacated, and we have repurposed it, and it is an amazing facility, an amazing location for the visitors, but it really just doesn't meet the need. So we will keep this building, but having a real office and a visitor center that we can provide a safe and a safe place for our staff to work and a safe place for our visitors to enjoy would be fantastic.
And then we would turn the historic building into an interpretive building for our visitors to enjoy. And our last request is an office contact station at Echo Canyon State Park. And this would be to design and construct an office entrance to welcome and manage park visitors. It would provide office space for 4 to 5 employees, a visitor pay station, information center, and storage space for supplies, and an area to conduct repairs and maintenance of park equipment, and an ADA compliant restroom. So the building that is currently being used as our park office is located at the base of the dam, and that's the same dam that was breached last year in the flooding. So it's actually in a very dangerous location for our staff. It is also, doesn't meet ADA standards, it doesn't have a public restroom, and it just doesn't meet the needs of the park. This is another popular park due to the reservoir, and having an office/visitor center for the public would really improve the visitor experience and our staff enjoyment of their jobs. So this one and Berlin are about equal importance. So we just put them as 14, 15. And then we also have some projects on statewide paving, roofing, ADA, HVAC, and life safety. But those are on a separate list.
Again, for the record, Dominique Etchegoyen. As you see, we've got a little bit of everything. We've got a lot of need. I told you this was only a little bit of that need. We brought you our highest priorities. Some of these are incredibly important for health and safety reasons. They're all important for the mission that we're working to achieve, and they're all important for members of the public who like to visit our parks. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Phil Manley for the record. I got a question on number 4 for the $5 million building in Ely. I guess just my question is, I'm just wondering, since we're leasing the space, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for the landlord to maybe share in the investment on their property with White Pine County. I don't know if that's been explored, but it seems like we're putting a pretty significant investment into their property for a permanent structure. I'm not sure if that's been explored.
It's my understanding that the Ely facility is owned by the state, that this particular facility, so we own through lease on the camp side, it's like a 99-year lease with the BLM, but this particular ground that we're on, this is in town, kind of by the BLM offices in Ely, and this particular plot of land is owned by the state.
Okay, I was misunderstanding the packet where I said it. I was understanding where it said it's under a long-term lease with White Pine County. I was thinking that was the location. I apologize for my mistake.
No, that's okay.
It looks like you've answered all the members' questions. Thank you for your presentation.
I used half the price of my house would be worth $2.5 million.
I know. No, so I think that, but I think this is we're gonna have a conversation after this, right? It's our chance to. Okay. Yeah.
This is gingerbread house.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Just look at what's being sold on Amazon and all these
Yeah.
$5,000.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon.
There we go. All right, we'll try it again. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Chris Carter. I'm the Deputy Director for the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training for the state of Nevada. For those of you who may not know about our agency, we're commonly referred to as POST, and our mission is that we regulate and enforce and set the standards for the hiring, appointment, certification, and training of all peace officers in the state. Part of that mission also involves delivering training. We run a basic academy at the Stewart facility here in Carson City, where we train approximately 70 to 80 police cadets, law enforcement cadets from various agencies throughout the state every year. This morning or this afternoon, what we're here to talk about is our request for an emergency vehicle operations center. Basically a facility whereby peace officers learn or train in the operation of emergency vehicles under high-speed conditions in a controlled environment. We've been asking for funding for this project since 2005, so we're approaching the 20-year mark. In 2007, the project was approved, it was funded, and we were getting ready to break ground in 2008. The economic downturn happened and the funding was diverted back to the general fund. And we've been back every year or every biennium since requesting the funding. At this point, because of the time frame, the planning documents that were originally put together for the facility basically are outdated. And so what we're asking for is simply the funding at this point to update those planning documents. Would note that the last time we were before the board, if memory serves me correctly, the cost was just under $400,000. At this point, the cost is just under $1 million. So every biennium or every time that the project is delayed, the costs just go up. Law enforcement officers are professional drivers. Most of them spend the majority of their working shifts behind the wheel of a car. There are requirements for ongoing training for all peace officers in the United States. Every state has requirements that say peace officers must train every so often in the use of firearms, use of force, de-escalation. The use of an emergency vehicle or operation of an emergency vehicle is also one of those things that most states mandate that officers have to train in regularly. The state of Nevada has a mandate that officers must undergo that training as part of their basic academy, but there is no ongoing mandate for that training to continue throughout their career. Last legislative session, there was a bill introduced to require that training, but unfortunately that bill did not pass. We believe that that bill will be reintroduced and eventually that requirement will exist in the state of Nevada for all peace officers to either annually or biannually attend emergency vehicle operations training. Currently, there is only one emergency vehicle operations center within the entire state of Nevada. That center is part of a consortium between Washoe, Sparks, Reno Police Department. We have been very fortunate in our basic academy training that they have allowed us to use that facility. There's a fee, And it's very difficult for us to schedule the use of that because as we are not part of the consortium, so we take back seat whenever the requirements that, hey, we need to train, they fit us in whatever they can. Again, if such a bill were to pass and this ongoing training requirement were to be instituted, the small rural agencies throughout the state would be looking to us to provide them a place to conduct this training. Currently, there are 26 acres set aside by the state that has been set aside since 2005 to construct this facility. It's located right next to our headquarters at the Stewart facility here in Carson, and also adjacent to the Nevada Department of Public Safety State Police Academy. So the location is a perfect location. If we were to obtain the funding for the plans, then the next step would be to come back and ask for funding for the entire facility. I think you guys were provided with some documents that outline the cost of the entire facility. Again, just like the planning costs, every time we put this off, those costs continue to go up as well. But once that facility were to be completed, it would have a fully housed training center. Classrooms, a small auto shop to do minor repairs, change tires, those kinds of things. And the great thing about this from our perspective is that emergency vehicle operations centers that operate in other states, and currently the one that operates in the consortium up in the Reno area, they generate revenue. Once they are built, they become self-sustaining. Ongoing maintenance costs are paid for by agencies that pay a fee to use them. And this emergency vehicle operations center would not be limited to strictly just law enforcement. You have emergency medical services, fire, ambulance. Every EVOC center in the nation is used by all members of public safety, not just law enforcement. One of the EVOC centers that I'm familiar with that I spoke to when we were doing our updated research to see if anything's changed, regulations, state laws, confirming that these mandates in other states continue to be imposed as far as ongoing training. The facility that I spoke to said that in 2019, their facility generated $7 million in revenue just by the use of outside entities coming in to use the facility. So we believe that the facility has the ability to generate revenue and become self-sustaining once it's built. This is a visual to just sort of give you something this is what an EVOC center would actually look like. The Nevada Center would not need the Nevada Post Center would not need to be quite as expansive as this. This is the Idaho Police Academy EVOC facility. Idaho is, for the record, Idaho has just a little more than half of the population of the state of Nevada and about half the number of peace officers that we have. So Idaho recognizes that there's a need. This is a very nice facility, and we would model ours very much similar to this. But first, we got to get the planning documents updated, and that's what we're here about, is we're trying to get the funding to update these documents so that once that's done, we can come back and try to secure funding for the entire project. We believe that the citizens of the state of Nevada have a right to expect that the peace officers in this state should be reasonably trained to national standards. As I stated further, just about every state within the United States has a mandate for ongoing driver's training. Peace officers lose their lives at a higher rate in traffic accidents typically than they do from gun violence or injuries, deaths sustained on duty as a result of some violent act. We lose a lot of peace officers throughout the United States every year in automobile accidents. We lost one in San Diego just this past weekend. We believe that it's incumbent upon us as the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training to try to bring those standards into the state of Nevada, to mandate or at least provide an opportunity for agencies to continue their emergency vehicle operations training to help reduce those number of deaths. As I said, the facility would not be limited to just law enforcement. We believe it has the ability to generate revenue through the use of other public safety agencies renting it out, using it for their training. I know that the center up in the Reno area also uses their facility for teen driver awareness, teen driver safety, those kind of programs. And that facility is literally booked pretty much 7 days a week. So we believe that this facility would provide an alternate location and again, would easily generate some revenue to offset ongoing costs. And if there are any questions, we're happy to entertain.
You
Very good.
must have done a great job. We don't have any questions.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Peterson, Deputy Superintendent for our Department of Education. I am one of 3 deputies who serve under the superintendent. A little bit of background on our department. We serve the 17 school districts within our state, as well as the charter schools that are sponsored by our State Public Charter School Authority. Within those 2 groups of schools, we serve approximately 465,000 students in the state of Nevada, as well as approximately 35,000 educators, school support staff, administrators, counselors, and so on. We have offices both in Carson City and Las Vegas. 2 offices specifically here in Carson City. 1 is leased, as well as the Las Vegas location being leased. The other building you're probably familiar with if you've driven by over here on 5th Street. It used to be the old Fremont Elementary School. So it was built back in 1965. We occupied it beginning in 1995. And so before you today, we have 2 CIP projects requesting essentially maintenance updates to those buildings. I do want to note that in addition to these requests, we are partnering with Buildings and Grounds. They have submitted a request to build a new facility that aligns with the needs of the department. We are growing and we are currently at capacity within this building. And as another little frame of reference, since 1990, the student population in the state of Nevada has increased by 141%. Our agency has not necessarily kept pace with that, and we're understaffed by approximately 50%. And so we do have a robust enhancement put forward as part of the next legislative session to increase staffing by about another 20%. So we are requesting, along with Buildings and Grounds, another facility to help house our additional staff. But in the meantime, recognizing that that obviously takes some time, we have some more immediate needs to maintain the building that we're in, so that way we can operate in a safe and functional environment. So the first, I'm used to saying enhancements. This is a CIP request. So our first request focuses on the main building. Some of those functions or renovations include updating our bathrooms. The existing bathroom is pretty much existing from when it was updated in 1995. And you can see some of the upgrades that we've made over the years. They're beginning to fail. The pictures don't quite do it justice, but you can kind of see in how the bracing is no longer supporting the sinks in the restroom, and so they're starting to sag and leak water onto the floor, which has created some slip and fall situations for us that we are constantly kind of dealing with. So we are requesting funding to help renovate this restroom and bring it up to a more usable state We also are frequently dealing with a failing sewer system. That is also part of this request, is to dig up the main line that we believe is original to the building from 1965, and so it is leaking underground, but it does also cause gases to back up. We've had to vacate the building a couple of times due to the gaseous odors and trying to identify where that's coming from. So that is one part of this request. In addition, we have a number of exterior failures that are occurring within the building, not only to just the facade, but two of the pictures here are actually linked to the second request that we have, which is to support renovations for an annex building that we have that was previously used for staffing, but now we're looking to convert it to conference space in order to help facilitate the public engagements that we have. But you can kind of see the general state of the disrepair in those. Also, part of this request is replacement of the carpet, which is, I know, not typically part of the requests that are seen, but given the age, the scope, and the impact that this requires, this carpet is original, so 1995. We have a lot of staining and dust that becomes a breathing problem for a number of our staff. So we're looking to replace this so that way we can have a clean, safer environment. Also, part of the request is replacement of all of our exterior doors. We have a lot of sagging, concrete degradation from weathering within the environment. The doors are catching, they're not opening freely anymore, and it's causing a little bit of a safety concerns in terms of evacuation if we needed to get out quickly. As I mentioned earlier in the slide, our presentation, we are looking at right through the middle of the building, which is also where that carpet is located, the underground plumbing that is failing and leaking. We're looking to add office doors, all of our space, because it was previously a school. The units don't have doors, and so our supervisors aren't able to have the confidential conversations that they need sometimes with staff, but also with school districts and the constituents that we work with. And then third on this slide, you can see access control. Our building currently is still using old brass keys. And so when those keys are not returned or are lost, we have quite a significant cost in rekeying the building. So we're looking to modernize that. We also had an incident in November with some unwelcome guests, and we were it really opened our eyes to our ability to not lock down our facility well. And so adding these key passes will allow us to control the movement in and out of the building. So this request specifically focuses just on adding the wiring that would facilitate that. We know that later on the state is working to bring in those access control points. So this is just focusing on the wiring component of that. And then, as I mentioned, the second request that we have is for an annex that we have on site. Through the pandemic, obviously, a number of our staff did work from home, and so this building sat vacant. Now with return to work, we'd like to utilize the space again for those public meetings. As I mentioned, we're at capacity within the building, and so by allowing us to move out into this building to host the public meetings, we're still able to stay within fire code in terms of the number of people in the building. So our doors out there have experienced significant weather damage. The guardrail that moves up to the space is actually leaning and is not really able to support the weight that it was intended to. So we're concerned about it collapsing under the wrong conditions. And then just some general repairs on the building, paint and window replacement and upgrading of the HVAC system. Also interior, so as I mentioned, HVAC, we currently just have window units for AC, so we're looking for a centralized system to support that. Just some general build out to protect some of the operation side of the building, a wall around the IT equipment, so that's protected since we would have the public in there. And then, as I mentioned, window replacement and an upgrade of the fire alarm system in order to make sure it's compliant for engagement with the public. And so I kept it short and sweet. I'm available if you have any questions.
It looks like you, again, did a nice job, and there are no questions for you. Thank you for your presentation.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Greg Keys. I'm the Facilities Manager for Nevada Department of Agriculture. I'm pleased to present the Nevada Department of Agriculture CIP projects for the 2025 cycle. This year, we come before you with four projects that are crucial to safety and security at the Nevada Department of Agriculture's facilities. We are requesting improvements to 3 of our 4 current NDA facilities. Our hope is to bring the NDA to modern levels of both safety and efficiency. Project 25181, Renovate Measurement Standards HVAC. The background is Measurement Standards has had maintenance and minor improvements on the HVAC system since the original build in 1971 and the subsequent petroleum lab in 2003. We literally have Liebert units that are from 1971. We're pretty sure, we just can't find a tag to confirm the fact, but amazing that they're still standing. And in 2003, we're about ready to cycle out of the mechanical life of that as well. It really needs a tremendous amount of help. Project 25181, Measurement Standards HVAC, continued justification of HVAC. In addition to the age of the HVAC equipment, the HVAC equipment contains R22 refrigerant, which is no longer manufactured or imported into the U.S. Our metrology and small mass labs require stringent temperature and humidity controls to operate. Currently, the small mass lab struggles to maintain required controls on a daily basis, making certain testing impossible until the HVAC controlled environment is within range. If you notice the graph, the range is indicated as the white space in between the gray bars on both temperature and humidity. As you can see, we're going out of scope multiple times during the day. The metrology lab is the only facility in northern Nevada that serves the public and private entities for volume, weight, and length certifications. Project 25192, Measurement Standards, Security Improvements, Interior Lighting, and Power Distribution. The background on this is Measurement Standards has the original switchgear from 1971. The electrical breaker panels in the original building are from 1971 as well. The lighting is a mixture of T8 fluorescent fixtures. Security cameras are not present. Access control scanning devices are not present. Our justification is that LED lighting upgrades along with lighting controls, the addition of security cameras in both interior and exterior along with badge access controls are needed to provide a safe, secure work environment. Implementing these necessary improvements will assist bringing measurement standards to a safe, modern facility condition. Project 25191, replace access controls camera, interior lighting and controls in Nevada Department of Agriculture HQ. Background is our headquarters and labs were constructed in 2009. All access controls, cameras, interior lighting, and controls are original equipment to the 2009 build. Our justification is that the lighting is a mixture of T8 fluorescent, CFL, and compact halogens, which are outdated and inefficient. Many of the emergency egress lights are inoperable, which pose a risk to the NDA staff and the public for that fact. The exterior pole lights and wall packs were upgraded last year with to LED with agency funds. Security cameras and access controls are in despair and antiquated, causing a security risk to NDA staff and public. Project 25233, Elko Access Control and Surveillance Cameras. Background is the Elko Department of Agriculture was constructed in 1997. The building does not have access controls and lacks any surveillance cameras. We are on brass keys, and we also have a youth challenge facility that is relatively close to our building, and we've had occurrences of homeless people wandering into our open lot. Our back is gated, but our front is not. And we have installed actually lighting as of last year to protect our staff and public with agency funds. There were only sconce lights that were installed from the original bid. How that happened, I'm not quite sure. Our justification is in the interest of Nevada Department of Agriculture staff and general public, access controls and surveillance system is warranted and needed to monitor and allow or prevent individuals from entering the building. And that is the end of our presentation. Any questions?
Now, Roy Walker.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Your first and second priority, that's the same building?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so we divided them up from HVAC and then into the electrical upgrade just due to them being two separate entities. If we could roll them into one project, it makes no difference to myself, but yes.
What's the life of the building before these improvements and after these improvements?
Sir, that information I don't have. The building is in good condition other than the mechanical works. As far as any compromising with foundation or superstructure, the building is in good shape. It's just our mechanical and electrical that's in disarray. So roof has been replaced recently, approximately 4 years ago, I believe. And again, the superstructure is in fine shape, and we look at going forward with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, bear with me one second. One member hand for the record. I'm curious, you mentioned the homeless folks
Yeah.
around your facility, and I'm curious if the occurrence of that has risen since the CARES facility was built at near the intersection there of 80 and 395 or 580.
I don't know if the occurrences have gone up or down. I get complaints from staff, and really, as far as frequency, I really couldn't tell you if it's gone up or down. It's noted as a point when I do my quarterly visits that we're still having homeless issues, and of course, it's prevalent throughout the state. My Las Vegas facility struggles more so than anybody.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sherry Brigham. I'm the Deputy Director with the Department of Public Safety. With me today is Dominic Del Padre. He's the lieutenant at our training division. We'll be talking to you about 3 priorities. That's all we have. But the first one's been a big one. So I'm asking you to kind of close your eyes and think about When you hear Carson Sheriff, what do you visualize? Washoe Police, Washoe Sheriff, Sparks Police, Metro, what do you visualize? I don't know about you, but I visualize the buildings, Douglas County, because I'm passing these buildings all the time. The Department of Public Safety, the state's law enforcement community has no building. The headquarters building we requested way back in 2008, right along with Post, fell off the charts, and we've been requesting it ever since. We have had the opportunity to do all of the pre-planning, and we did have our architects work on a plan that we're going to give you an idea of what it looks like today. I understand the cost is high, but so is retaining law enforcement personnel. And it's not just about pay, it's about respect. And you can't have a law enforcement entity without a headquarters in the state, the capital of the state. So enough of that. I'll keep going as soon as I can find my enter. Yes. So the CIP includes the building on the old Armory land that is right there on 395. We've been up for the last couple of years. The design has been done. It includes a laboratory. The lab was set in at the second request because we have Cannabis Board looking to test their cannabis clients' products in a standard manner. So that would pay for a large portion of a lab, whereas our investigative teams, which is generally NDI or the investigators of the state police, they need that kind of testing available while they're looking at prints, latencies, looking at the vehicles, blood, alcohol, drugs, that sort of thing. So the hope was we could establish a state facility because we don't have a state lab, and we are the only state in the United States that doesn't have a state lab. So that was the original intent for this building. And the costs have gone quite high, I understand, not outside of what we were required to do. But I would offer that should we consider the building without the lab, that perhaps we just build the shell of the lab with the ability to put the HVAC systems in to vent, because that's the biggest problem with taking an existing building and turning it into a lab. One other point here is that the NRS requires our director to be in a state building here in Carson City. So right now we are in quite a few buildings. I'm going to go further. This is a list of all our leases. We are all over Carson City. We never get to work together. For me to see my employees, I have to go to building to building to building, and we are renting them. Not a single one is ours. So what we're hoping to do, and I don't know how to go back, is coordinate these buildings. You do, thank you. Coordinate our staff to put over 500 employees into this building, which would release us from all those obligations of rent. It would allow us to house 9 divisions. It would be a flagship building right there on 395 Carson City. It's beautifully drawn, lots of light, lots of glass. It would give us outdoor arenas to do events and graduations, parking garage so we can get our cars taken care of immediately. It would help us to get them on the roads faster. If you've ever seen them at the Ford dealerships, piled up there, we have to put the radios in and install everything. So that would help us do that. We'd have a gym, we'd have showers. We would also have a big media room where we would be able to give our reports directly to the media in a professional setting. We don't have any of this now. It would be 167,000 square feet. We would unite the divisions to act as one comprehensive department with a consistent set of policies. And we'd be able to improve our response and efficiency time. One of the things that we do well when we can work together on our task forces But we don't have a cohesive team that knows each other. So when you have a task force, it's a group of people who can trust each other and work together towards a common goal. Without working in the same building, you can't build that kind of trust. So we are asking again for this head.
This one here.
I got some questions. We'll try to see how this comes across. It's the first time these things have used the whole day.
Yeah. And I promise I won't take all your time. So it's important in terms of relationships, in terms of developing the star law enforcement for your state, highway patrol, NDI investigations, parole and probation, fire marshal. We're talking a lot of entities here that need a home. And I believe that putting a face to DPS with this building is going to make such a difference in recruiting. Can you imagine we're recruiting people into these various rented facilities that, and you've seen with everybody else's facilities, they're old and crumbling, and we're just doing the best we can with what we have. I think it would be an incredible opportunity to develop this site for the state as well as the department. And let's see. I think I've said all that. And then this is the land site that we were talking about. 2-level parking garage, vehicle maintenance facility, fitness center, landscaping, softscaping. Again, really catered and drawn to the idea of developing and working with 500 people in and about this building. For instance, offices would be centered rather than blocking windows. We'd have, everybody having an opportunity to get the sun and the light and that sort of thing. The meeting rooms all over the place, but it will allow us to work together and not see us so divided by our divisions, which is exactly how it is right now. So we're trying to merge all of these things so that we can work together as a team and use all our specialties for the single task of enforcing laws. Okay, we would expect this to be bonded. And of course, we'd be mostly 50% highway funds and general funds and paying the rent back on that. Although we do include federal funds that will be used to pay rent, including fees and that sort of thing. So there's a combination of fees. The rent prices increase every year, and rather than just keep paying our vendors, I'd rather invest in the state. And the building is going to be worth a lot more than it is today, tomorrow. The crime lab will, in fact, pay for itself over a very short period of time. But if I have to sacrifice something, that's the one thing I'm willing to do, because we are looking for an existing building down in Vegas to hopefully turn into a lab. But we still want to keep that as an option if possible. This talks about the gap that I was explaining with the lab, is that we're looking for addressing all of our needs, as well as the fentanyl issues, as well as the cannabis issues. We just toured Monday the Washoe State Lab, and wonderful people. They do a great job, but they're overwhelmed with requests. And you realize Washoe is the lab that does it for all the rural areas. I mean, Metro takes care of Metro, Henderson takes care of Henderson. Washoe takes care of everybody else. They're overwhelmed too. So we would be able to work in concert with them to pick up where they can't, or where there's volume that we need to cover, we could take care of that, or if there was a specialty we needed to cover. But we would work hand in hand with our county brothers and sisters, hopefully being able to return evidence testing faster than we do now. A lot of it is sent out of state. This is the forensic concept plan that we had developed. Each one of those bays is a different testing room with different HVAC requirements. So that's why I would suggest that if we consider it, that we get the walls up and at least access to HVAC, that should we want to do it at a later time, it'll be much less costly to put it in at that point. These are some of the drugs and different testing we would do. The cannabis quantitative, the vehicle forensics, we even had a vehicle bay so that they could go through the whole vehicle. And some of the benefits, we get trace hair, we get our own people to get on the scene right away. Right now, we have to depend on Washoe, and if it's not in their area, we get charged extra. Not that we totally understand, somebody's got to pay for it, but still. These are the list of the tests that the Cannabis Compliance Board is looking to have on all of their clients. And this is to ensure that the standards are set in all of those retail operations. And this is the current cost of our laboratory contracts. So $6 million for both labs for 4 years. It's a big chunk of money, and that's only the standard, the blood, the standard costs that we contract for. Again, crime scene investigation is an extra cost. There's a number of extra costs that aren't included in here. Okay, now we're on to some other items. Again, I want to reinforce that that building is something that I really hope that you can consider should there be funding available. We are the only department, as you can tell from all your presentations, that doesn't have a headquarters building to repair or anything else. But we do own a training division building, and that building was donated to us about 20 years ago?
1986.
1986. And we have had it repaired several times. Now our cadets come in from the rurals and they stay in the dormitories that we have in the Stewart facility. We expect that those facilities are going to be going away fairly soon. And the construction, the quality or lack thereof is definitely a concern. So we definitely wanted to put it on our radar that with the land that we have with the training division building, and there's some land available from corrections that will, by the way, butt up right next to Post's EVOC, which is something we definitely are raising our hands, yes, please. That would all work together quite well for both Post and us to have these dormitories that would be available, of course, to Post should they need them during our off times. We have about two academies a year, and they're about 4.5, 6 months now.
6 months.
Did you want to say anything more about the condition of the dormitories?
Dominic Del Padre.
Light or red light. You started your presentation with recruitment. How is this hindering your recruitment process?
We are right now luckily involved in All Stars. It's a marketing company that actually Corrections County that's helping them. In this All Stars, they do massive marketing in Facebook and those type of things. And we've had over 1,000 applications where we were down to like 10. Getting the quality applicant to come to us instead of Washoe or Metro or Douglas or, we're last on the list. We just got raises, and trust me, that really helped. It helped a lot. But we can't compete. It just got a 30% increase in the contract at Washoe. Where we can do some competition is we lay out all the opportunities that we as a state agency. I mean, you may want to be in highway patrol today, but maybe later on when you're having kids, you want to make them 5 days a week. Those swing shifts are great. Or maybe you're more interested in investigations where you really want to solve crimes or get into stopping drugs. We have an awful lot of ability for people to move around to any part of the state. So that's what we have to sell. But the quality of that is still right there in our dorms. We have no building to bring them to, sorry, that's getting away. So yes, I believe it holds us back. It holds us back from selling our agency as well as we could. We brought those cadets into this building and said, here's where you can do all of these things. They believe me. So yes, I think it would help enormously.
What is your statewide annual budget?
In terms of dollars for.
Dollars, total dollars?
Oh, it's very large. Highway fund is, we're billion, no, million. Millions being added all, I can't even remember the numbers. We're working on those numbers right now. I can get them for you.
During the prison presentation, they are expecting quite a growth curve. So if they're expecting that growth curve, your parole and probation should also be expecting that type of growth curve. And in your proposed building, you have that, and you won't come back before this board for 30 years.
I will. No, I do believe because of the operations and officers are looking.
Well, I'm referring to parole and probation. I get the highway patrol has to be out on the highway. But the,
We still have our Reno office, we still have our Davis office. This would be the headquarters office, so this is where the compacts are handled, where all the specialized issues are held. It's not your typical parole probations, although we have that availability and we do have.
okay, I think my last question. Your land that you're proposing to put the office building on, that's premium property for the state of Nevada. Your, the training track and your other is in non-premium square footage property. Would it be best to move this facility to that land that is of lesser square footage, price, or value to the state?
Rationale behind this land. The operations. We did look for other buildings that existed. But if you had to ask me, it'd be very difficult. I'd have to.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm done.
Hi, good afternoon, Phil Manley. I got to follow up on the budget question. Is the highway fund part of your budget, or stated another way, are you all part of the highway fund?
Yes, the highway patrol is solely funded by highway fund. Training division gets 50% of their costs reimbursed by highway fund. Investigations has maybe 10%. So, highway patrol is our biggest budget, and it is 99% funded with highway fund.
Okay, and then that leads to my question, because, you know, 163 million, 165 million from the highway fund is obviously a big chunk, and the building itself would service other divisions other than the highway patrol that has 50% highway funding. So, you know, and that's, as I understand, the highway fund's already underfunded, which is funding other critical infrastructure for the state. So just public comment, I have a little bit of concern about the amount of money being taken from the highway fund that could negatively impact other critical infrastructure of the state.
Member Hand for the record. So again, on your headquarter facility, you talked about all these expenses that you have that you would not have, but it would be interesting to have a better understanding of how much you were going to save or how much revenue you were going to generate by testing cannabis for others and all that type of stuff. And I know that it sounds like there are other entities that are doing that today, but maybe they're at capacity or over capacity. But to have some sort of idea what kind of revenue this is going to generate would be helpful to understand. Thank you, and I guess I was really not just the lab. In my mind, there's these other opportunities that you talked about, and then there's the rent that you would be paying, and because it's a big number, I'm looking at the life cycle costs, right? It's real money.
Yeah, I know, the rent is, 1.6 million.
I guess I'm asking these questions because I think it might help support your position, is why I'm asking the questions.
So, I do believe.
Kevin Lewis for the record.